Добрый день, уважаемые зрители. Дело в том, что наша сессия немного задерживается по причине выступления министра, на выступление которого...
So, dear participants, our session is coming a bit late because the minister is about to make the speech. So we will come back in about 10 minutes. Many thanks.
Добрый день, давайте начнем.
Good day, let's start. So I'm very happy to greet you all, and this session is dedicated to Singapore. And today we will be talking about digital transformation, and we'll be talking about the Singapore's experience in this regard, and we shall talk about the way Kazakhstani companies interact with companies from Singapore. My name is Rashid Dusimbayev. I'm going to be a moderator, and we will be speaking English for the most part. So in case you do need interpretation, feel free to use the headphones. We'll do this in such a way, so I will give the floor to the speakers, and then we will move on to our discussion, and then we will leave some time for a Q&A session from this very hall. All right? Hope this works for everyone. So we shall start. So let me introduce our today's guests. So we do have Dr. Jacob Ibrahim, and he's a person who was the head of several ministries in Singapore, and he made an excellent career as a public servant. He used to work as a Minister of Communication and Information of Singapore. He was a minister in charge for cybersecurity matters, and right now he works as a professor in Singaporean University of Technologies. We also have Mr. Legin Doran. He is a regional director of Enterprise Singapore, and this is a national company. This is a national agency, and they are responsible for promoting Singaporean companies abroad, and they are also in charge of innovations. And we also have the global DTC company, Wee Tong Yon, and he represents global DTC over here. And they do have a common project with Kazakhstan Temirjali as far as digitalization is concerned, and they do transportation via Trans-Caspian route. And we also have Thaddeus Kaur. He's a co-founder of E27 platform, and he has a wide interaction with Kazakhstani startups, and Mr. James Tunt, and he's one of the co-founder of Guest Ventures Venture Foundation, who invests a lot in Kazakhstani startups.
The first word I'd like to give to Dr. Jacob Ibrahim. Doctor, please, could you share with us, for the last 20 years, you see that how Singapore made the digital transformation, and you was the part of the government as the Minister of Communication and Information, and Singapore now one of the world's benchmarks in digital transformation. We can see for the last years digital twin, this AI national AI initiative, and many other things. Could you please share with us that your conceptual vision on how you made this, and also what we should wait for the next, as we see now AI everywhere? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Good morning to all of you. I'm happy to be here in Kazakhstan, or first time in Central Asia. It's been a wonderful 2 days, and I hope that we can have a useful conversation this morning. I'd like to also welcome all my panelists. We're all fellow Singaporeans, so we either sing or swim together. So we have to work together on this one. To your question, Excellency, on what we have done right in the last 20 years, I think we have to, in a way, for me as a Singaporean, is to go back, all the way back to in the 1960s, where I think the government decided then to slowly adopt digital solution. Our first mainframe in Singapore was in 1963. And that mainframe is still alive today, still being used in a very critical agency in our government. But as you move forward, the government slowly developed the various tools needed for the ecosystem. Only in the 1980s, we formed the National Computer Board. And then eventually the National Computer Board merged with the Telecoms Authority to form the Infocom Development Authority of Singapore. So the focus towards digitalization is a journey. I keep telling on my other classes, there's no magic bullet. You got to work hard. You got to focus on what needs to be done. Follow the technology, put the regulation in place, and then you will learn that there will be some mistakes that you make along the way, and hopefully you can overcome that. Fast forward, 2014, we launched Smart Nation. We decided that the time was right, given not only the technological development, but also the fact that we have laid the foundation. You know, we actually spent $1 billion to lay a fiber optics for free to all Singaporeans, right? And then as far as the private sector is concerned, the big banks, the companies who are located in Singapore, they work with the private sector. They build their own fiber network because they need it for the business. So what is it that we've been focusing on? 3 pillars which are very important: a digital government, a digital economy, and a digital society. So that was the focus. But the key move in order to achieve those goals was to form actually an agency within the Prime Minister's office. We merged 2 agencies, right? 1 + 1 becomes 2, and we created 2 agencies. One, what we call the Government Technology Agency of Singapore, called GovTech. The other one is the Infocom Media Development Authority. It gives us a sense of focus. One was to really drive transformation of the government. Today, we're happy to tell you that we have almost all government services are online. The other one was to drive changes within the economy and the society. So we cannot forget the people. So I think our model is based on 2 very important principles for me. One, we must do this because it leads to economic growth. There must be jobs created. Singaporeans can find good paying jobs. Secondly, you must do it because it makes sense for Singaporeans, meaning it will improve your quality of life. If you make it a lot more inconvenient, that's a wrong premise. But if you make it a lot more convenient, you make a lot more services available, life becomes simpler for Singaporeans to navigate government services, I think that would be the right focus. And the 2 other principles which I personally was involved in, one is accessibility. You must make sure that everyone, we're a small island compared to Kazakhstan, everyone on the island has access to the internet. So we actually have programs to even help what we call the low-income families, people who don't have enough money, to have 2 years almost free access to the internet, working with the relevant authority. So accessibility is very important. The next one is inclusivity. We must make sure that nobody is left behind, right? And we know that young people, very internet savvy. Old people, they will have some difficulties. How do we manage the elderly population? And Singapore, by the way, Excellency, is an aging society. In this panelist here, I'm the oldest. I can see from my gray hair. But there are people of my generation who didn't go to school, doesn't know how to manage the internet, but they have to be part of the revolution, right? You go to some of the shops in Singapore now, they don't accept cash, contactless payment. We're trying to push that out, basically, right? So we must make sure that everyone is included, everyone is on board. So we do a lot of work. You may say it's not productive, but a lot of work to bring Singaporeans of all ages, of all backgrounds, onto the digital revolution. My final point is that in order to grow, the economy also has to grow. And so we have to look at the digital aspects of the economy. Lots of plans have been put in place to make sure that our companies, especially our small, medium enterprises, can also make that transition, right? We are a country where 70% of our workforce are hired by small and medium companies. And our small and medium companies contribute 50% of our GDP. So they are an important pillar. And again, from an inclusivity point of view, no matter how big your company is, it could be 100 people or it could be 2 people company, everybody has to come on board. So making sure that all players of the economy are also seen as part and parcel of this growth model is very important. Your next question, Excellency, what do you see next? Well, the whole world is excited with AI. The whole world is excited about ChatGPT. But we made the investment in AI much earlier. When I was a minister, through our National Research Foundation, we set up AI Singapore, right? It is run by one of the universities. We gave them $250 million. And what was the objective? To run 100 experiments in the industry In other words, you socialize the industry how to use AI. Today, we have ChatGPT and generative AI. We are moving our strategy towards this next level. So Singapore as a country will always try to move with the technology and see how it can be implemented. I'll end with one small example. As you may have heard from my CV, I'm now at a university in Singapore. After I retired from politics, I went back to academia, which is my first love. So the instruction from my Ministry of Education is use ChatGPT in your classroom. The question is how? How do you do it, right? And of course, our argument is if you don't use it, the students will use it. They will use it at home. So might as well use it in the classroom, right? But when you bring it into the classroom, the question is not about how to use ChatGPT. It's a question of how to use it responsibly. It's about ethical use and so on and so forth. So we are now looking at that in the Ministry of Education, in my own university, encourage students to use ChatGPT, encourage professors to use ChatGPT, but the basic outcome cannot change. It's about the learning outcomes for the students. Do they become better students? Do they become critical thinkers? And so on and so forth. So we see ChatGPT as another tool that can help drive our mission to build the workforce of the next generation. And so we are planning for an AI-enabled world. We cannot run away from it. How do we ensure that our next workforce, next generation workforce, understand that, operate in the environment? Because the last thing we want to do is to tell all the young engineers that your job will be replaced by AI. That's a pessimistic message. The optimistic message is, how do I train you to operate in an AI-enabled world, right? And so that they see a hope, they see a vision, they see something which is useful for them. So I'll end here, Excellency, and we can have a conversation after that. Thank you very much.
May I ask one additional question, and then I'll give a word to other speakers. You mentioned that okay, use ChatGPT in the classroom. Yeah, it's quite cool. I am your colleague. I'm a professor at Almaty Management University. We try to do the same. But how current so fast development, fast changes because of AI impacted your program, national program, this tech skill development, this reskilling, upskilling of SG citizens?
Yeah, well, we, as you rightly pointed out, when we did the Smart Nation and even before that with the digital transformation, we put in place training programs because we know that some of the people who are in the middle workforce will actually lose some of their jobs. They have to transform. So the government has invested a lot in training, right, in training programs. Today, we're putting money also for ChatGPT and generative AI. Schools are starting programs, right? For example, we're thinking ahead. I can't remember the year, but by 1 or 2 years ahead, all 11-year-old students in Singapore schools will learn about coding and computational thinking. It's part of the requirement. By 2028, every Singaporean student will get a free iPad from the government. Not as a toy, but as a tool to be used for their educational journey. So we invest and we take a bet over the long term. We are actually using ChatGPT in government already. The GovTech agency has developed a tool to be used in government. All of this, Excellency, is not because we have found the answer, is that we are trying to learn, understand the implication and how we can improve better. So from what I understand, I'm no more in government, but within government, ChatGPT is being used to things like emails, draft papers, and so on and so forth. Eventually, as mentioned by one of the presenters, in fact, the minister, you need to develop an LLM, which is a closed system based on your data. Currently, ChatGPT pulls a lot of rubbish from the internet, and that's why you have problems of hallucination. I think ChatGPT or large language model has the advantage better than Google search to really pull in information in a very constructive manner with the right prompt. Governments can use that, and we are going to use that eventually within government. So as you can see, my narrative has always been, it is driven largely by government first. We have to walk the talk. We have to show to the people. If we don't, then the people say, why should I follow you? Unless you tell me that you're doing it, right? So we want to do that, and I think that's what we've been doing, and we will continue to do so, Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next word I'd like to give to Thaddeus. Let me tell you a short story. 10 years ago, so Singapore is my favorite city apart from Almaty. And 10 years ago, I had a business trip to Singapore. and met with Tedious. He is the co-founder of E27 startup platform. And I asked him how Kazakh startups can use this platform to go to Southeast Asia via Singapore. So, and he invited our startups to the event, Echelon Asia Summit, one of the biggest in this region. And since 2014, Kazakh startups are visible in Southeast Asia because of this event, because of our collaboration with E27. And Tedious, please, could you share with us your experience on how to, so you was on at the beginning of building this bridge between Kazakhstan and Singapore, this virtual bridge that connecting VC from Singapore, startups from Kazakhstan, and in other way also.
Thanks, Rashid. So, yeah, we were chatting about this last night, that it's been 10 years. It's been a very interesting journey to build a digital bridge between Singapore and Central Asia through Kazakhstan. And for many years, we have run different programs with various agencies here to bring education about Southeast Asia. What is Southeast Asia? Right, it is a word that you hear all the time, but as a startup and as a technology company, what does it mean to you? How do you actually look at this as an opportunity? So we do many education programs to educate them first. Okay, this is the market, this is the landscape, this is all different markets, all different currency. How do you approach these markets? And then, you know, through Echelon, when we invite many of the startups to actually physically come to the event and meet VCs, meet corporates, meet governments, meet other startups, so that they understand how to be part of the thriving ecosystem here in Southeast Asia. And with many support through the years, especially with Rashid as our key partner here, we have always maintained that Singapore is a very key place where many Kazakh startups can come and quickly understand through the networks that we have in Singapore what it takes for you to grow your startup or move your startup or look at Southeast Asia as a next growth market, right? But based in Singapore. And Singapore has provided, as what Professor Yaacob has mentioned, right, many different levels of infrastructure, many different levels of networks that are there, physically present in Singapore. And because we're such a small city, you can do easily 5 meetings in a day in the same location, like in Block 71. And with that proximity, you can accelerate a lot of your business meetings, a lot of your business dealings, and you can move much, much faster in this kind of environment. But then we also do our best to educate startups that's coming that many markets are in Southeast Asia. Many of the Kazakh startups would like to access Indonesia, would like to access Thailand as a market. But we always tell them, look, it's the best place to be in Singapore as your headquarters. You put your management, you put your IP, you put your patents here because the structures, the VCs are all there. They would like to see that happen for Singapore first. And it's very easy to start a company in Singapore. So through the years, we tell them, okay, you set up in Singapore, and then you look at the Southeast Asia as a place where you can travel. Within 3 hours, 4 hours, you can access all markets, right? And with that, Kazakh startups should see this as always an opportunity. And through the last couple of years, we see that there are much more activities here in Almaty and in Astana. You have many new venture funds. You have different M&A opportunities here. There's a lot of thriving innovations coming up from here. And we see that this is the right time again to continue to build this bridge between Singapore and be it Almaty, be it Astana, but in general, Kazakhstan companies, right? And feel free to talk to us after this to see, you know, how do you actually come to Southeast Asia? And I think that's the message that we have always, on my personal view is, I have always come to this market every single year, except pandemic, of course, to really welcome Kazakh startups. And it's not so difficult to come to Southeast Asia. You just have to take the first step, talk to us, and see, okay, What does it take? Back to you, Rashid.
One additional question to Thaddeus. Do you see this tricky question? Do you see some advantages, maybe competitive advantages of Kazakh startups going to Singapore? You saw them a lot.
Yeah, so I've seen many Kazakh startups over the years. And, one key thing is that the engineering and the development capabilities that you guys have in your home base in Kazakhstan is really, really strong. The development skills here is top notch, right? And many candidates here have very good math related education and skills, and that gives a base model on development side. Once you have that as a hinterland, your core foundation, right? When you come to markets like Southeast Asia, you don't have to worry about costs of setup in Southeast Asia, and that's the first thing that Singapore companies always have to grapple with, which is the high cost of development. We are talking about engineering teams, right? Many of them actually outsource to different countries, India, Vietnam, Indonesia, to find the right talent. But Kazakh startups, you already have it in Kazakhstan. Your developers here are really top notch. And we can see prototypes in 4 weeks, in 6 weeks. And while chatting with the universities, we understand that, look, they are doing, even university students are doing proper prototypes for the banks, for the airlines, for the e-commerce companies. So that is really the strength of a technology company, right? Your developers, your engineers. That is the core strength that you all have to recognize and not move that out of the country. Rashid?
Thank you. Thank you. The next word I'd like to give to James Tan from Quest Ventures. The digital bridge that Thaddeus mentioned, because of the digital bridge, we connected national agencies from Kazakhstan with VC infrastructure in Singapore. And finally, we connected Bytedec with Quest Ventures. And now we see how Quest Ventures investing in Kazakh startups. James, please, could you share this experience with us?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Rashid, for the very kind introduction. Good morning also, Professor and Minister. So what Rashid mentioned was that we are invested in by Kazakhstan Investment Corporation. It used to be known as Kaztech Ventures, but it has changed the name. So we are invested by the Sovereign Wealth Fund from Kazakhstan. So one of the reasons why they did so, your government did so, was because they felt that the government needs to take an active step to ignite the VC ecosystem. There is no point having a lot of startups when they get to a certain stage, they move to Turkey or they move to Silicon Valley or they even move to Singapore to raise funds. So at least the base is now provided by us. And as Thaddeus mentioned, now since the ecosystem has taken off, there are a lot of more VC funds here. I'm a big believer in the ecosystem. And one of the reasons why we came to do the investment was because the ecosystem in 2018, 2019 was taking shape. And that's the stage that we like to go into. Prof mentioned 3 pillars. I will take your time with 5 pillars that we do when we evaluate an ecosystem. And the 5 pillars must all be in place before we can go into a market as a VC fund. So the first pillar will be corporates. Are the corporates investing? Are the corporates having their VC fund? Are the corporates buying products from startups? Freedom is one such example, but there could be more. So corporates. Government. Are the government proactively helping rather than just passive or even worse, impeding the development of any disruptive technology, which startups are? So that's government. The third pillar will be investors. So how many investors are there? Because as an early stage VC fund, we cannot be investing all the way to Series D, E, and so on. There needs to be later stage investors. And if there are no early, there needs to be later stage investors. And if there aren't in here, is it a natural path for them to go to Singapore? Will Singapore VCs and so on take a look at them? So that's investors. And then you have the institutes of higher learning. Are the institutes of higher learning like Almaty Management University or even Nazarbayev University proactively encouraging the starting up by their students, proactively training VC analysts that we can hire? So this is, and are they actively commercializing technology? So that's the fourth one. And then last but not least, startups. is there a huge base of startups that are emerging because they now see that there's hope to not join a Freedom Holdings, but now to do their own company. So all these 5 pillars were in place in 2019, 2018, when I came with Thaddeus actually. And so we decided it's time to come into this ecosystem. And over the years, we have invested in 30 plus companies by now. Rashid, back to you.
One additional question. So you mentioned that 30 plus companies you already invested. Please, could you give some details on the outcomes? You mentioned this freedom buying startups from your program, but how we can make that not only Kazakh Freedom, but Synctel or DBS buying Kazakh startups from your program?
So we are very fortunate that some of the startups that we have invested in Kazakhstan have found their markets overseas, whether it is in Indonesia or whether it is in Silicon Valley. And for Silicon Valley, they are there, but they are actually dealing with Washington, D.C. because of the licensing that this company called Cerebra needed to have. And then the other company was Clockster, blue-collar workers and so on for the Indonesian huge market. Because when they went there, they were saying that they would never have taken, within 3 months, gotten 70 schools to sign up with them. This is impossible for here, just because the market here is smaller than Indonesia with 250 million people. So I will encourage you to explore, use E27 or Top 100 as a platform to go. And then from there, if you find traction in the market, you can bet that there will be local investors who will want to take a look at you.
Thank you, James. Next word I'd like to give to Mr. Wee Tan Yon from Global DTC. About 6 years ago, I brought 10 Kazakh startups to PSA International, to the corporate VC PSA Unboxed. And when we presented ourselves, they were a bit smiling. We were sitting in Pasir Panjang port terminal. And the first word, what I told them that we are from the biggest landlocked country, sitting in one of the busiest ports. And then they were smiling that guys, startups coming from landlocked countries trying to sell us something. But now we see how PSA working with our KTG, Kazakh National Railways, and building digital products, smoothing the process of transporting goods from Europe to China and from China to Europe using Trans-Caspian corridor. Mr. Yon, please, could you share us your experience here, how you launched this, and what are you doing now?
Thank you, Rashid. Yeah. Selamat Sizbe. Доброе утро. Morning. Okay, how do we start? Actually, I wasn't in the meeting, so I can't really comment on that. But I'm part of PSA, and then we actually about 5 years ago, I did a presentation to the group CEO, and he said, "What do you want to do in Central Asia?" I said, "Very simple. I want to improve the transit flow for goods between China and Europe to China. Kazakhstan is in a very strategic location. PSA has all his ports and terminals around the world, but they are mainly sea ports. So we need an alternative. Also, I think it was a strategic imperative. So, well, the boss believes the story, and then today we're here. Today, Global DTC, it's a about 30 people company. We're headquarters out of Singapore, but we have 30 over Kazakhstan colleagues in Kazakhstan, in Almaty, also in Astana. So we believe that there is a lot of potential for the business here in terms of improving the flow of traffic, goods between the places. If you look at the shipment of something from the Hogos outing call border all the way to Mersin, physically that train can take 11 to 12 days to reach. But the documentation takes longer than that. So for us is then how can we improve the documentation flow to make it easier so that the handover between the ports and the terminals can be faster, between the customs can be faster. So that's what we have been doing. And this is actually a direct result of our experience in Singapore. If you just referring to what Dr. Yaacob has shared, in Singapore we have digital government, digital economy, digital citizen. Why? Why do we need to go digital? Singapore is very, very, very tiny. And we don't have natural resources, we don't have water, we don't, a lot of things. So what do we have? We have people. That's the only thing we have. So training, very important, because we always have to jump higher, run faster, go longer. So how do we do that? Humanly, it's very difficult. What's the tool for you? Digitalization. So back in the late 1980s, our government decided, said, look, we need to have an economy of goods flowing through Singapore. Singapore is like Kazakhstan. We are in a very good location. So how can we improve the flow of goods? Use us as a transshipment hub, use us as a hub. And fast forward today, PSA, as of last year, we moved 95 million TU. 1 year, 95 million TU. To put that into perspective, the middle corridor last year moved 20,000 TU. So for us, it's like we have actually harnessed all that partnership between the Singapore government, the businesses in Singapore for logistics, for freight forwarding, expeditor, all the shippers, and also the citizens, and created an economy in trade. It's huge. It contributes a lot to our economy today. We are trying to do the same here by taking the experiences that we have from Singapore and coming here and sharing it with our Kazakhstan colleague. You are in a fantastic location. It's how we can unlock that potential with digitalization to make it attractive for everyone. So goods from Kitai to Kazakhstan to Azerbaijan to Georgia to Turkey can flow very efficiently.
Okay, you made a very good comparison with, in numbers of TEU. So, what do you think about when we will reach at least 1 million TEU on Trans-Caspian corridor?
Oh, that's a magic question. I love we will meet 1 million TEU. So I think a lot of things need to happen for that target to be achieved. So together with the PSA group, when we look at an investment, we look at a country, a strategy, it's not always a single strategy. So when we came here, we looked at it and we said, okay, there are a few things we need to do. 3 things. Number 1, infrastructure investment in the ports, in the terminals, improving the efficiency of the ports. How can we have better cranes? How can we have better equipment, training for the port workers to improve? Because when the trains come from Kitai, they have to change the wagons to another rail system because you all have a wider system. Then go to Aktau, then go onto the ferry. So how can we improve that? How can we get maximum efficiency? Remember, jump higher, run faster. How can we do that here? That's 1. Number 2, right, in terms of logistics, how can we improve the connection of Kazakhstan or the middle corridor with the global trade flow? We run 95 million TU. That's a lot of containers. That is 1 second, 3 containers. So imagine, 1 second, 3 containers, just imagine. How can we take some of that volume? How can we leverage on the pipe here? How can we bring some of the logistic flow here? And that is good for you because then you got more flow, you got more reliability, you got more choices of goods. You want to buy things, right? If you go to a Kaspi magazine, now you have more choice. And it's not so expensive, right? Now everything, honestly, for Singapore, I come like, hey, everything is very expensive in Kazakhstan, huh? Right? Because you're landlocked, right? So there's a lot of inefficiencies in your logistic chain. How can we improve the logistic chain? So number 1, infrastructure. Number 2, logistics. And number 3, digitalization. So when you have these 3 all working together, then you have a very strong platform to improve the flow here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'd like to give a word to my friend Yogi from Enterprise Singapore. Enterprise Singapore is a very big agency trying to help Singaporean companies go into Central Asia and vice versa. Yogi, please, could you share with us your experience on working with Kazakh market?
Thanks, Rashid. First of all, thank you to the organizers for having Singapore here. And thank you to all of you for your interest in Singapore. Very quickly, on us as Enterprise Singapore, we're a Singapore government organization, and our focus is really about growing Singaporean companies. And when we talk about growing Singaporean companies, we look at how these companies can innovate, how these companies can internationalize, and how these companies can build their capabilities. We also look at developing Singapore as a trade hub and as a startup hub. And lastly, we look at adopting standards. 37 offices around the world, and this is relevant from a perspective of connectivity. So our view on Central Asia has always been a positive one. In fact, I was on that trip with James and Thaddeus back in 2018, 2019, when we all came here and we went, wow, we never realized that the digital industry here and the talent in Kazakhstan was so amazing. And ever since then, we've been coming. And we've been trying to figure out how to build that connectivity between Central Asia and Southeast Asia. And this connectivity is not a one-way road, it's a two-way road. It's a two-way road from a physical infrastructure perspective, from a digital infrastructure perspective, and a regulatory infrastructure perspective. And we are starting to build it. Some things are easier than others. Digital is easier, startups bringing them and creating awareness. Southeast Asia, it's a 600 million population today, GDP of 5%, growing in terms of digital awareness. Your adoption in Kazakhstan is 80%, if I'm not wrong, for mobility. Your ability to create and develop products is strong. There are a lot of synergies that we can develop together. You are developing interesting things here. Digital tenge, family card. I think you're also looking at solutions from a digital perspective for water. Water is something that is very, very passionate for us. In fact, Professor will be a bigger expert on water than I am. And this is an area that we can look at together. So it's not so much about finding opportunities in one market or the other. It's also about collaboration. How do we harness ideas? How do we develop things together? And this is something that we've been actively trying to do. I have conversations with Rashid very often, just bouncing off ideas, trying to figure out how to do things. We're also looking at trade. It's a lot harder from a trade perspective. Witan has a lot of work to do, and I think he's getting there in terms of building that connectivity. The middle corridor is becoming a very important place for us as well. And it's not just about east-west routes, it's about intermodal connectivity. How do countries and how do geographies now look at managing your supply chains? In some cases, supply chains become choked for various reasons. In some cases, supply chains need to look at diversified routes for other reasons. And this is important for us because for little Singapore, it's always about relevance. How do we, that little red dot, become relevant in a global playing field? And so for us, that's kind of what we've been doing.
Thank you, Yogi. And one additional question for you. When you include Kazakhstan in Global Innovation Alliance Enterprise Singapore program?
So the Global Innovation Alliance is a badge. And to me, I think where innovation is concerned, Singapore and Kazakhstan are already connected on the innovation front. Echelon has been doing roadshows for some time now. James has been doing funds, and he's probably going to do more in terms of joint funds with Kazakhstan. We are looking at how we can leverage on talent in Kazakhstan, not just bring Kazakh startups to Singapore, but also leverage on the developers that you have. I think EPAM is here in Kazakhstan, doing quite a big outfit as well. And there's a reason for that, because you have good talent here. How do we leverage on that? So when we talk about Global Innovation Alliance, we're already there.
Thank you, Yogi. Sorry for this trick question. And when I had, 2 years ago, I had a meeting with the organizing committee of this event, And they asked me, what are you going to discuss on your panel session? Because your speakers are so different, yes, and what will be the theme? And I told them that it's very harmonic. Yes, it's very harmonic. And now, after all, thank you very much for detailed speeches. After what I hear now, digitalization, talents, education, innovation, startups. Yes, 5 things. And what I see and what I'd like to discuss further is how we can connect Kazakh education, Kazakh universities with Singaporean universities. Then, on the basis of this joint education program, we create new startups. ESG will include us in Global Alliance. Mr. Witan give us problem statements from Global DTC and PSA. They will create products. Thaddeus will give us platform and promote. And James will invest in our startups and help with exits. Yes? So do you agree?
And we will hire more Kazakhstan colleagues.
Thank you. So please, dear guest speakers, could you give some briefly on this topic? How we can do this?
Okay, let me give it a shot since I'm from the university. I think from the university's perspective in Singapore, we're going to have a 7th university. We have 6 at the moment, 7 universities and arts university coming around middle of this year. We're always looking for good students all over the world to come to Singapore, right? We offer scholarships in some of our universities. And in some of the universities, the startup space is much more developed. For example, our premier university, the National University of Singapore, for example, has a whole body called NUS Enterprise. I work with them where they actually look at startups coming out from the professor's research, getting the students to go out, develop it, and then they help them to market. They have been very successful. Another university which I'm associated with because I'm a mentor there, the Singapore Management University. You might think a management university has nothing to offer. You'd be surprised. They actually built in their curriculum startup education, and they created a space for the students to go in, start up, and then we are a list of mentors and they can call upon us anytime they like. Currently, I'm mentoring one startup coming out from the university. So I think it's a great opportunity to try and get Kazakh students who I'm very familiar with in terms of your technical capabilities. I did my PhD at Stanford, and one of my professors, then after that when I graduated, I went to Cornell University to do 2 years of postdoc. And the professor there is a Romanian professor. Very hardworking, come at 7 a.m. in the morning. I go there to help him to do some coding. And he always tell me, Jakob, he showed me his pen and paper, this is my computer. His math skills was fantastic. I thought I'm good from Singapore, we're very good in math and science. He was even better. So I think the talent here is deep, is good, as mentioned by my colleagues. We are more than welcome to have you over in Singapore. And of course, the only barrier is language, but I notice you are now you're speaking more English than before, and so that should not be a problem. So by all means, I think I would encourage your students, right, especially the postgrad students, because the postgrad students are the one that will do the deep research, right, do the PhD, and that's where they will come up with some of the brilliant ideas, basically. Undergraduate, we welcome them. But for us, undergraduate education is mainly for Singaporeans because it's hardly subsidized by the government. But postgraduate actually is very open. So the premier university, the National University of Singapore, I know the president quite well, Professor Tan Eng Chai. He basically mentioned recently in a conference that they're looking for more postgraduate students to do research in material science, engineering, and the various fields. So I would welcome that. And if there's an opportunity, I can connect the two. Because I think for us in Singapore, we benefit, as mentioned by one of our colleagues, we're a small red dot, but in a region of 650 million people, growing, hungry, to make the leap from third world to first world through digital transformation. The energy is there, it's vibrant from the Philippines to Vietnam to Indonesia. I think there's a great opportunity. So if I can summarize out of the discussion so far, collaborate. The key is to collaborate, right? We have to work in partnership, we have to come together. So by all means, I'm happy to play a part to help some of your brilliant students to come over to Singapore, do their master's, their PhD, and I think we can do something fruitful, not just for Singapore, but also for Kazakhstan and the world, basically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witan, how Kazakh startups together with Singaporean startups can build something together with you for PSA, national railways? To make this mention, this like logistics is not effective now, but how to create it more effective together with startups?
Thank you, Rashid. Like I said, we already have about 30 people. Majority are in Almaty, and I've actually moved here, and from my experience and interaction, Kazakhstan has a very, very high level of talent, especially in STEM, right? All the technology, all the scientific stuff. So for us, and we realize that also there's a very vibrant startup mindset here, right? I think it's a Kazakh heritage, maybe to be free, right? To be free, you want to do your own thing, right? Like nomads, right? You want to do your own thing. So there's a very strong startup mentality here. And we are actually looking at the possibility of cooperating with more Kazakh startups, right? In terms of how can we take some of the technology and infuse that into the platform where you're building, whether it's at DTC level or whether it's bringing it back to the PSA IT level, the group IT level, right? Today we have 50,000 employees around the world. So how can we then incorporate some of the Kazakh tech DNA into our site and then actually help you guys to grow? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And Thaddeus, James, do you have something to add? Okay, now we have about 10 minutes, and please, the questions from the auditorium. Если есть у кого-то вопросы, пожалуйста, задавайте.
So in case you've got any questions from the audience, so feel free to ask. So any questions? So if you could please introduce yourselves and then ask a question. So can we get this person a mic?
Thank you very much for your speeches. That was very interesting. I have a question for Mr. Yakub, Dr. Yakub. Actually, you said something that you are heading the AI in Singapore. I mean, as a technology trend and trying to learn. I would like to ask, how do you manage and how do you organize the discussions on the ethical part of the AI? Any ethical part? Yeah, any forums or any kind of discussions on a government level?
Can I answer? Yeah. Very good question. I was personally involved in this particular matter because when I started my interest in AI when I was a minister, and even after I retired, I continued the conversation on ethics in AI because I could see some of the problems. So what we have done, first of all, the Singapore model is that we don't have regulation. We don't have the EU Act. We have what we call a model framework. The model framework is developed by the government, launched in 2019, version 1 and version 2 in 2020 in Davos. And the idea is to encourage businesses to adopt AI solutions. And the key principle is human centricity. Whatever that you do, you put human in the center. So we have 3 levels of human involvement. Human over the loop, human out of the loop, human in the loop, right? It depends on the level of risk. But the question was then, my colleagues and I asked, how do you translate this model framework into a series of ethical principles that industry can use? So I'm advisor to the Singapore Computer Society, and we work together with industry practitioners. We produce a book called the Book of Knowledge. This Book of Knowledge is based on the model framework, but it is a list of ethical principles and how it can be implemented in the various industries. Because we got people from logistics, transportation, water, electricity to come in and draft those chapters for us, bearing in mind that if you're going to do it for infrastructure, how do you ensure that the ethical principles are in place, right? Now, version 2 is coming out. Why? Because ChatGPT has changed everything. So we have to update the book. The second development is that the industry showed a lot of interest. We work with one of our universities called the Nanyang Technological University to take that book of knowledge and translate it into what we call micro modules. Right? They're very short modules because people are working. They have no time to attend classes. They go in the evening, 3-4 hours. They do one subject matter, they get a certificate. And they do enough of that certificate, you stack it, that's why it's stackable. You come up with a sort of not a degree, but a professional certificate. And we level it. We have ethical principle level 1, level 2, level 3, up to the master level, right? And the industry has embraced that, which is good, right? So this is driven bottoms up, not by the government. The government has their own set of principles. When they do the program, they are bound by their own set of principles, which is no different from the model framework. But we are interested in the industry because without industry adoption, nothing will succeed. And today the industry are very happy. So I mentioned about AI Singapore, that we funded 250 million Singapore dollars. We ran 100 experiments. We crossed 80. So 80 companies out there are doing 80 AI projects based on the ethical principles and the model framework. The government loves it so much, they give us additional money to do another 100. So we have 120 experiments to do for the next 5 years, right? We work with IBM, we work with some of the companies in Singapore to develop AI solutions which are ethically principled. So we believe you have to prove, right? It works. You can take all the theories, but you have to go to the industry. And we are not the expert. The industry domain experts are the people you need to talk to. They know the industry better. We work with one company for kidney transplant. Such a very difficult subject matter. They wanted a model where their nurses would have an AI model that can decide who goes to hospital, who doesn't go to hospital, right? So we ran the experiment with them. Of course, we anonymized the data. Privacy is all very important. We ran the experiment for 1 month. The nurses do it on their own. Then we took the data for that 1 month. We ran it through our model. We were 30% better than the nurses. So today they're using it, but the nurses make the decision, not the tool. So the AI will say, Witan goes to hospital, Jakob stay at home. But the nurses will look at it, wrong. Witan stays at home, Jakob goes to hospital. Because it's just a tool, right? And that is very important because you give comfort to the patient, basically. So that's what we've been doing. And as I said, we are now working on version 2.0. There's a small committee working, and we're trying to produce it. But just bear this in mind, when we developed this book of knowledge, the government was involved. We brought in the government agency, what we call Infocom Media Development, IMDA, right? So that the government knows what we're doing. We have nothing to hide. In fact, the government gave us resources to do the book. So I think that collaboration is very important. And because we are grounds up, we want to make sure that it works and it succeeds. So that's my short answer to your question, Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yakub. We have time for one question, one brief question, please. The lady. Dайте микрофон, пожалуйста.
So if you could please give the microphone to the speaker. So good day, and if I understood you correctly, then the Singapore pays a lot of attention to development of artificial intelligence. And the question is, do you have concrete plans and do you have concrete indicators how artificial intelligence would affect the economy and how artificial intelligence would affect the governmental processes in the forthcoming 5 years? 5 years in the future in Singapore, what would be the effect?
Your forecast. How AI will impact on Singaporean economy and governmental programs for the next 5 years? Do you have some numbers?
Some KPIs and some forecast, how is changing the landscape of economy and some government management, okay?
This is when the government guy gets the difficult question. We don't have a number, but I will say this. I think for us, just like Prof was mentioning, for everything that comes out, we learn we embrace it, and we try to understand it and try to understand how we make it work, right? So when we look at digital, digital is either a utility or economic good, right? Utility from the perspective that it was hardware, computer, became mobile, and then it went to the cloud. Economic from the perspective in Singapore, we were technology traders. We were selling electronic goods. We became a technology hub, and now we are innovation hub, right? So when we look at AI, it's a new form that we're trying to adopt. And I don't think there's no any running away from it, right? It's just like computers today are. And so it's about how you adopt to AI. There are regulations coming out. The EU, for example, is at the forefront of those kind of regulations, and we're looking at it. Within Enterprise Singapore, we have a standards team, and the standards team is looking at the regulations around AI. In terms of how this is going to impact the economy, I don't see it as an indicator for the economic growth, because to me, digitization is a means for which you grow in economy. What do I mean by that? For example, in Singapore, we had some years back, and Prof will know, we had industry transformation maps. We asked ourselves, what is the future of our industries? What is the future of transport industry? What is the future of retail? Malls were no longer, everybody is going online to buy things. So what's happening to the malls then, right? So we asked ourselves, what role does the digital economy have in transforming these industries? And in the same way, we will ask ourselves, and we are asking ourselves, what role does AI have? I think what we haven't talked about today is the opportunity cost of digitization, right? There's a lot of good from digitization, whereas there's a lot of risk from digitization, right? Sustainability is a big impact. Data centers are energy sucking. We were talking about this after sharing with Dr. Professor earlier on, you know. I came across an interesting technology where you can reduce energy from data centers, and I was like, I want to know more about it, because this is the risk and we need to learn how to manage it, right? And obviously from an AI perspective, it is on jobs, right? To what degree does AI affect or displace jobs, right? It's the same thing back in the day where you had typists, for those of us who are old enough to know what a typist is, right? And they were displaced. But so for Singapore, it's about reskilling, retraining. No matter how old you are, how do you adopt to change such that it becomes relevant and you embrace it? That's the approach we take.
Thank you very much, Yugi. На этом наша сессия закончена.
So, on this very note, our session has ended.
Dear guests, for coming from Singapore to share with us your experience. And special thanks to Dr. Jakub to give us the deep view on how make this digitalization. And thank you very much. And please, if you have some questions for about Singapore, about Southeast Asia startup ecosystem, please, we have here a Singaporean pavilion, special dedicated to SG. Please come and ask all your questions. Thank you very much. Спасибо всем.
Many thanks, everyone.
Hello, hello, testing, testing。你大家都用话筒，因为主要是翻译要用这个，是吧？这个我看看，我要带上。OK。
Hello, testing. Good morning. Да, да.
Можно я проверю?时间了啊。过了4分钟。那个鲁院长就是一个一个说是吧？一个一个有10分钟时间。哦。我们这个时间是我们现在是1个半小时时间，1个小时20分钟。4位。1个小时呢，我大概可以20分钟到30分钟。你只有10分钟时间。10分钟是怎么这么少呢？你是讲。真的哦哦，好，哎，这是这个那你就坐这儿，是吧？你坐这儿，对对对。讲中文？你想中语言？中文？不是，原来没报我的名。这是之前。那上面名儿不对呀，我都要陈东。Ladies and gentlemen， 先关一下，先关一下，先关一下。And ladies and gentlemen, this is a session of China Panel Special Session, Digital Innovation in Practice, the Chinese Experience and Industrial Transformation.
because the main session is still ongoing. So the guests are coming. So we are already a few minutes late, right? I think we are going to start in a minute, right? Please take time, patient, right? We already line up distinguished speakers, right? We are going to, the session will start formally in a minute. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special session, China panel session. Welcome, all of you, to participate in the session. The title of session goes together with the theme of Digital Almaty, Digital Innovation in Practice, the Chinese Experience of Industrial Transformation. My name is Changqi Wu. I'm Professor of Strategy of Guanghua School of Management at Peking University. Concurrently, I also as the Dean of Shandong University School of Management. Right? And today, today we line up distinguished speakers from a variety of spectrum that operating and working on important tasks in China. And let me briefly introduce all of them. Professor and Dr. Zhang Jinsheng, he is the CEO of Tsinghua, Qidi, actually, is Tsinghua Science Park. Also, under that, there's they call Tsinghua Zitas Holding Company CEO. and executive president. And second, on my left, is Liao Xingeng. He is a vice president. He's one of the largest corporate combination in the world, the Jiangxi Corporate Company Limited. As we know, the major theme of this digital almaty is related to mineral industry. So we invited Mr. Liao to give a speech. And set in the third place, am I right, is from Huawei technology. You know, Huawei is one of the leading telecommunication and also digital, of the digital and digital AI companies that he presented, talk about the Huawei and the digital view on the digital development. And the lady on the fourth position on my right, he is a vice chairman of China's Telecom Academy, Chinese Academy of Telecommunication and Information Technology. Right? That is affiliated and the Ministry of Information and Industry Information Technology. Right? Is one of the leading, actually the leading research institute, academic institute in China on information technology. Right? On the far left is, let me see, is a Professor Zhang Yu. Right? He is a professor of a School of Computer Science of Northwestern Polytechnic University. Right? He is also expert in computer science. You see, we have a very rich, distinguished speakers today. And the proceeding of this panel is as follows. Each of speakers will give about roughly 10 minutes speech presentation. Right? Unless the urgent question, kind of questions. Right? For the audience, will leave all the questions when all 5 speakers finish the presentation. We leave roughly half an hour for the interaction. Right? That is we arrange that way. And now, without any further ado, and we'll Dr. Zhang Jinsheng, as you know, and as a push digital innovation, right? A university is one of the pillars for this revolution. And Professor Zhang Jinsheng, he's at Tsinghua University, one of the 2 of the best university in China. I would say Peking University and Tsinghua University, right? Now, let's welcome, Professor Zhang Jinsheng is the CEO of Task Holding Companies, right? Give us a presentation. Okay.
那个我用中文讲哈，那个非常抱歉，这个由于有一些这个原因，本来应该是我们那个王飞总经理用英文讲，但是上面的照片是我的，所以我就简单跟大家这个汇报一下。我呢来自清华科技园，清华科技园呢是清华大学为了建设世界一流的大学，在清华大学外面建了一个77万平米的一个清华科技园。这个清华科技园建设的目的就是创业企业孵化、创新人才培养和把清华的成果来转化。应该说，在中国数字经济发展的最近这30年里面来，清华科技园应该说在数字产业化方面做了大量的工作。我们知道，数字化转型应该从2个方面来做，一个是数字产业的培育。
Excuse me, the outside there are translation, simultaneous translation devices. Because there are 2 speakers using Chinese as a language of presentation, right? You can take a device outside to have simultaneous translation. We arrange simultaneous translation, please.
可以，不行，让我同事用英文讲。我想就是2个方面，一方面是怎么样培育数字产业，就是把大学、科研院所和一部分优秀的创业者，在抓住数字经济发展的整个的高峰， 抓住创新的源头，如何用正向的思维把成果、把企业不断的做大做强，这是一方面。另外一个方面就是这个数字的转型升级，或者说是如何用数字技术来更好的赋能数字经济。这其实也是最近这几十年来中国不断的有传统企业
which is developing for the past few years. Our company are using artificial intelligence and technologies 5G to increase the efficiency of the production. We are calling this the use of digital technologies for industrial transformation. So we did a big work in this area. So as part of this industrial digitalization, because we are representative of Tsinghua University, we are using these technologies and they go through our incubator, through our models of investments. We are continuously fulfilling and bringing these technologies to us to make sure that they are essential part of the technology. We are using this model to spread this from Technological Park of Tsinghua to 90 cities in China and 15 cities across the globe. Right now with Cambridge, with Milan, with Singapore University, and with Malaysian University in Thailand, with 15 states, we've established these relationships and we are using the results of this university thanks to incubators and other resources. We're using this model to make sure that this industrial direction is digitalized and it could be used at a higher technological level. And throughout these years, we've had more than 20,000 companies. Also, we've prepared more than 40,000 companies inside of China. And we can say that these technologies, they are increasing their efficiency, and it's the first point. Secondly, using all of these resources in innovative companies and the latest technologies, we are increasing the efficiency of traditional companies. Now at the global level, we established 300 incubators, 300 service internet centers to satisfy the needs of all the companies through our service transition centers and provide them comprehensive solutions. Also, we have defined the relevant solutions for these technologies. We're trying to increase the efficiency of many enterprises. I think in this regard, digital transformation, it runs through this direction. Right now, all of that is based on good universities. To talk about the tendency of monopolization, we're trying to increase the level and efficiency of our digital community. Thank you for your attention.
International platform panel, so that we have a different international languages, right? I say hopefully Kazakhstan is very an international, particularly Almaty, right? It's a very international city, so the audience is also very international. So I think yes, indeed. And Professor Zhang Jinsheng's insights would tell us something about the university and science park's role in the nurture and incubate new companies in the digital world. The next speaker is the traditional industry. They're very traditional, mineral, right? And that is also Kazakhstan's key industry. So we hope that particularly that Mr. Liao, right? Mr. Liao will give us somehow a traditional industry can use that digital technology and information to rejuvenate, right, such an industry. Let's welcome and Mr. Liang.
Thanks. 各位专家，各位同行，大家上午好。我简单报告一下我们江铜集团在这个企业数字化转型方面的这个探索和实践。这个情况的话呢，我分5个部分。第一个部分的话呢，这个时代背景；第二个的话呢是发展概况和我们构建这个数字江铜这个蓝图，还有试点示范，我们做的一些企业的试点示范和转型这个体系。这个时代背景的话呢，主要是半世多这个数字化半世多这个浪潮啊，实际上全球数字经济竟成为同组全球要素啊，这个资源和同组全球经济结构改变全球竞争格局的这个关键环节。数字经济的发展不仅仅是传统经济向数字经济这个转型化的一个过程
We can say that this process, it's a natural process that runs through these digital technologies, especially in the area of artificial intelligence. We use that in our companies, and we can say that we can use it more efficiently. I'd like to talk about our company. Our company was based in 1979. In 2022, we ranked 176 in the Fortune Global 500. And right now, our company has over 100 subsidiary units, which are realizing their business in this direction. So it's the processing of metal products and other product chains, gold, silver, and other products. So our corporation's main products include these type of work. So how did we do this digital transformation of this company? So we can say that in the 20s, it was a turning point for us when we started to actively do this transformation. So in 2001, our corporation found its special plan for the development of digital trend. So we can say that this plan is the basis of our industrial transformation. So our goal is to consistently increase the opportunities and use the smart technologies in our business. Our general plan so it's based on the production. We want to increase the speed, and by using new smart technology, by using new conceptual solutions, we need to make contribution and use new technologies in this direction. We can say that we're using the artificial intelligence, different disruptive technologies. I know that my time is limited. I will not take a lot of your time, so we should not go over 10 minutes. So I can say that this plan of development, it's 113 plan. So it's based on the foundation, this transformative platform, digital platform. These are our framework, and where we develop the direction of the company. Also, all the activities of the company, they were digitalized, and we're trying to realize this based on one window principle. So want to integrate them all in one platform, which would allow to be more active in solving all the pressing issues. Also, in terms of mining, production, refining in our industrial park, we are doing this plan 113.8, and this is this by plan, secondary plan, as part of which we're developing the model of calculation data, and we're trying to accelerate digitalization. Also, we have a special digital system where we provide this services to all our customers, and we are trying to continually improve the processes in the management of data. We call this process N because N means that we use lots of technology and of different technologies. And once again, one more direction in the development of innovation of our company. So right now, the development of digitalization and usage of innovation, so we're developing them in parallel. So we're not doing digitalization just to do this digitalization. Our main goal is to improve all our economic data, to improve the efficiency of our workforce, as well as use the whole experience that we've gathered in previous stages of work, that we learned from other companies. Also, we use the function as the use of robots, robotization, to simplify and facilitate all the processes and increase the efficiencies of production.
And everything gives us an opportunity to balance, and this is how we're able to balance the whole process, to make less mistake and to obtain better results. In this sense, we've got two main directions, and we've got the miners and also the work as far as digital miners are concerned, whereby we can do various type of modeling using artificial intelligence, and this is how we're able to enrich our copper miners, and we also can perform various actions, and we've got the so-called main models and additional models. And since this is a highly technological part, so if you allow me, I will not dwell too long on that. So we've got the system of controlling all the process, or dispatch system, that allows us to obtain all the data, and with technological decisions we can perform the analysis, and we're able to also be responsible for all the directions of our activities. And while using this unified platform and using this unified system, and by applying these production models and data analysis, we are able to increase companies' efficiency. Also, when it comes to smart management and smart control, we do have the so-called specialized center, and this is the center for data control. And we also do video surveillance, and everything is aimed at, well, first of all, to do the control and the management, and to ensure the security for all the processes. And naturally, we are able to scale all those processes, and we're able to also to ensure security thanks to those new technologies, and thanks for this ability to use this data. So on this slide you can see our plant, and right now this plant and this project already received the premium standards. and we became one of the benchmark enterprises. And this is the fourth direction I can talk about. It's the usage of the specialized platform where we can use 5G technologies, and thanks to the big data, we are able to create and we're able to use those technologies in a more efficient way, and we would also be able to analyze all our working processes. And we use technologies, various internet technologies, various informational technologies, and we also use information platform to make sure that we are able to implement all that. So we developed that everything ourselves, and so this is the direction, and it's the first time when someone came up with this smart system of unmanned management in our field of activity. And since we've got a large production volumes, and they account for more than 1 million tons, and in order to make sure we provide the efficiency for such a huge production, we try to automate these processes. And on these slides you can see the pictures, and you can see the examples how we're able to kind of lead all those processes. And we also have our miners, and in other words, we use those automated systems. And one more direction is applying digital technologies. And please take a look at the time. Yes, for sure. And we also use the so-called industrial digitalization and the models for industrial digitalization. And so unmanned models and many other models. And we have already developed the plan for developing the plant for unmanned management, and we also have the team of specialists who are working in that direction. So we have already obtained the reward from the state for contributing in this very development. So we do have an information campaign of our own, and we also engage in the respected developments. So it turns out that all the work that has to do with development and applying those technologies, so this activity is not outsourced, this activity is performed by us. And since we have limited time, I'm not gonna go too deep into details. And I just wanted to say that our partners, including companies like Huawei, Takehao, so they are all our long-term partners, and with all of them we do have common projects, and we all pursue the same goal. So we strive for digital transformation, and we would like to be a part of that development. Thank you.
Illustrate a very successful case study to show how an old traditional industry company and to develop, transform itself. I learned from the presentation, actually, first of all, it's a step-by-step transformation with the overall plan, 118 plan, but in practice, very practical, right? Pilot sample, right? And this is a company of Fortune 500 ranked 176. That's the big companies, right? That's very important. But of course, in Ms. Liao's speech, they also mentioned although the program largely is internal developed, but it cannot work without the partners. One of the partners is the Huawei technology, right? Huawei technology is a global leader in this area, despite some countries trying to crash it, right? That is that welcome. And Huawei's representative, Ken, to give us the presentation. Let's welcome, right?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wu, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished panelists. So it's a great honor to join today's panel session. And also for me, before joining Huawei, I worked in oil and gas industry for 10 years. another very traditional industry. And actually, during the 10 years, the digital transformation isn't new for us, because especially for these technology-intensive, huge industries. But still, we've seen a lot of obstacles in the digital transformation journey, like our mindset changing, or the question about the return of the invest, and also the effectiveness. So actually, after I joined Huawei, a global leader of digital technology provider, in the recent 4 years, I've seen the actually effective, efficient way to merge the technology and the industry scenarios together and accelerate this process. So today I'm gonna share some experience from our practice in China and also in the other regions of the world. So, sorry, the presentation not showing up. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're definitely living in a faster transformation age, but no matter how the macro environment unfolds, the green and low carbon development, as well as the digital and the intelligent transformation, are the two major trends driving our society forward. So, and I would like to point out, in China, and also if you consider the world as a whole, actually our digital or intelligent transformation is built on the legacies of previous industrial revolutions. So the geographic, economic, and cultural factors have led to very varied progress in different regions and organizations. So that's exactly why we see here today to take China's practice as a benchmark for the other regions and other entities to find their positions in this journey and under their unique circumstances. So in the following slides, I will focus on 3 keywords to drive digital transformation forward and successfully. The first, the policy. So why policy is so important when, as everyone has aligned the value of digital transformation. So we've clearly seen, the boost of digital economy, especially, like the market value of the lead digital providers, like Microsoft, like BitDance, all these companies, their market value isn't like rocket. But how can we expand these kind of benefits to the broader industries? That's a challenge. So luckily, our policymakers and industrial leaders have realized how digital transformation can help grow the GDP and also improve their productivity and profitability. So to prepare for the intelligent world and develop their economies, China and more than 170 countries in the world have developed their own digital transformation strategies. But according to China's practice, the key to successfully implement these strategies lies in 3 key factors. First, having a top-level design and a clear implementation plan for the national strategy. Second, have a concrete plan for variable projects which correspond to clear goals and executors. And third, to clarify the short-term priorities and quick win projects. So another exciting change we've seen in China is more and more enterprises and organizations includes technology providers like our Jiangxi Corporation as a consultant for the strategy planning, which promoted the industry readiness for the future proven technology like 5G, cloud, and generative AI models. And second, the So second, the innovation, the key to connect the scientific hypothesis with business vision. So turning the scientists' hypothesis, visions, and basic research into real-world applications takes time. So at Huawei, we hold fast to two drivers of innovation. One is the science and the technology, and the other is industrial customers' needs. So technology breakthroughs are necessary to steer customers' needs and create new markets. But beyond technology development, we also need to dive deep into the latest technology development, even the theoretical breakthrough in which can still need 10 or 20 years to create, to expand into the industrial market. But this is why Huawei continues to invest heavily in the basic technology research and education, and in the cultivation of the talent for the future. So we've invested over $114 billion in the past decades, and currently Huawei is one of the largest patent holders in the world. And meanwhile, we also built research centers across the world, and also work with or sponsor many universities' research program. All these efforts are aiming to lay the solid foundation for innovation. And third, collaboration. So over the past few years, the world definitely has faced up to one key question. How can we survive and grow steadily and sustainably in an environment full of uncertainties? So collaboration is the key. As for Huawei, we continue to work with various industry and partners. So we actively contribute to standard organizations worldwide, driving technology upgrades and standard improvement. And we are a committed partner in major industrial alliance and a core contributor in building world-class open source communities. As for the basic software to accelerate the industry digitalization. So, and Huawei have actively strengthened our collaboration with academic associations, especially in basic research and applied technologies. So meanwhile, we are positioning the ecosystem collaboration as a top priority strategy for the company to promote the technology directions across the different industries. And together we are working to create greater value for the society. So through all these efforts, we are looking forward to build a collaborative global industry environment to maximize the industrial value and achieve shared business success. So here I also have excellent example from oil and gas industry. How we work together with our customer, CNPC, and our partner, Victory Software. So CNPC, as a China leading oil producer, they assembled this team to combine the AI stack technology provider, that's Huawei, software developer, and their own industrial know-how capabilities together, successfully built the first AI development platform in oil and gas industry, which significantly improved the efficiency in subsurface study and the production optimization. Coming to my last slide, just to sum up the three keywords once again. Policy from the top level of entities to present clear strategy and ensure the long-term efforts and the implementation. Innovation, leverage the emerging technologies and create added value. Last but not least, collaboration involve all the ecosystem partners, players together to promote the collaborative efficiency and maximize industry value creation. Thank you everyone for your attention. This is my today's presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhu Qiang, Ken, and for his excellent presentation. Also in the presentation, the three keywords, I will not reiterate, but of course, remember the three keywords, right? And in addition, he mentioned a case. In addition to mineral and copper, he mentioned the case of Huawei's technology improve oil and gas. Right? I remember that oil gas to Kazakhstan is one of the pillar industries. So Huawei technology would help energize that oil gas industry, the 5G, clouds, and AI, right? And happily the Ken is present here to share his ideas and experience. Okay. Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Wang Zhiqing. Dr. Wang Zhiqing is Vice President of China Academy of Information and Communication Technology. Right? She currently also carries a title of Director of China SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Big Data Cooperation Center. Right? And let's welcome Madam Wang to share her ideas.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here to give a very brief introduction about the development of China's digital economy. Please kindly to show my presentation. Is it possible to give the presentation right now? So we wait some time. So I came from the CICT. CICT is an academy under the MIT government. And for positioning for CICT is a think tank for the government and also the innovation platform for the whole industrial. And since today, the topic is digital economy, so CICT gave the definition for digital economy and the measurement method for the digital economy. And kindly for all this concept, and it's accepted by the China government, and right now also expanded to many countries. So is it possible to give the slides?
Who is to take care of the presentation operation? Presentation for next slides. Next. You're working, right? It's technology, right? We're still not yet smart enough, right? Not yet smart enough. We need to continue to improve.
Yeah.
Make up smart enough. Right?
So maybe I can just start.
Yeah,
So right now for the digital economy, right now already be a very key force driving for China's economic development. So we got the calculation number right now with the year 2022. The scale of the digital economy reached 50 trillion yuan already, and with a nominal increase of 10% year on year. And for my presentation, we gave a picture for last 2 decades for China's digital economy growth, especially for the recent 10 years. We can see from the growth, the average growth rate of a digital economy already higher than the average growth rate of the GDP. Maybe from the year 2012 to the 2022, the average rate of a digital economy already get 50%, but the growth rate for GDP is 8.6%. So you can say it's almost double of the average rate of GDP. So for the portions, the portions of digital economy in GDP increased also from 10%, right now already get to 41.5%. And especially for the recent 10 years, we have average annual increase in about 2% points. No response.
Technology. Yeah, I think we continue with I think the may or may not show up eventually. That is the matter one. Just continue your speech.
Okay. So another aspect is from the structure point of view. Since everybody knows digital economy including two parts. One is digital industrialization. The other is industrial digitalization. So for the industrial, the proportion of industrial digitalization in the digital economy right now already is about 82%. So you can see it already become the main battlefield for the development of the digital economy. So next I will explain those two parts separately. One is the digital industrialization. So in year 2022, the revenue scale of China's digital economy already reached 29. So it comes. So this is the first picture to show last 2 decades for China's digital economy growth. And we can see right now for year 2022, we got the scale of digital economy reaches the 50 trillion yuan, and with the proportion for 41%. Yeah, that's yeah. So second, we can already get to the digital industrialization here. The scale for the China's digital industrial reaches 29 trillion yuan, and already accounting for 7.6% of GDP, with the increasing of 9.6%. So with the internal structure for the digital industrialization, we see it is continues to soften. That means with the telecom, internet, and software industrials accounting for 47% of revenue. So with increasing of 0.4% points over the previous years. So another part is industrial digitalization. In the scale for the industrial digitalization already reached 41 trillion yuan, in the accounting for 33.9% of GDP and 81% of the digital economy. So it builds the key engine for stable growth for the digital economy. So we can see for different kind of industrial. From the left side, the digital transformation of the three industrials continue to penetrate, and with the primer, second, and third industrials already get to 10%, 24%, and 54% respectively. And we can see right side, the picture, the last picture, you can see the penetration rate of digital economy in the second and third industrial. The green rate is quite close.
At the second mean manufacturing, the third sector in the services, right? That may or may not be.
Yeah. So looking forward, we can see China's digital economy will open a new decade of development and enter a new round of a rapid development stage. So by year 2025, the scale of Chinese digital economy will exceed 30 trillion yuan, and by year 2032, it will exceed 100 trillion yuan. And the overall input and output efficiency of the digital economy will continue to improve. So by year 2025, the input-output efficiency of Chinese digital economy will increase to about 3.5. So the last one is about SCO, China SCO Big Data Cooperation Center. So in order to implement the spirit of Chinese President Xi Jinping's speech at the council of the head of state of Shanghai Cooperation Organizations, under the guidance of MIT, CICT made a solid progress for the China SCO Big Data Cooperation Center. The key task for this center, including to have the training and for the digital skills, and also some conference forums. And we also developed some case studies and white papers, some industrial parks, and promote cooperation in digital infrastructure and AI research. So they did a lot of work last year. For this year, we have plans to have the China SCO Digital Technology Development Forums, and also the case collections for digitalization, and also we have some trains of SCO digital technology training. So all these activities is quite important and very active. So we hope and the older friends here can join us, and we hope you have a very good, a very fruitful outcome for all these activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Wang. And in particularly the last picture, right? And today we launched its SCO Digital Forum. But the forthcoming, right? Forthcoming, there'll be China SCO Digital Forum, right? For all the participants, please tune on to Madam Wang's information. Right? You're welcome to come to join that China SCO Digital Forum and the training sessions, and the training program. Okay, good. And Madam Wang also mentioned about China's drive, the two drivers. One is that digital technology become digital industry. Another is using the technology to transform the traditional industry, create value for the economy, the economy transformation. Okay, but last but not least, and we have Professor Zhang Yu, and he's a professor of School of Computer Science of Northwestern Polytechnic University. And as we know that all those digital transformations rely on the development of computer science in the decades. And let's listen to Professor Zhang Yu about the future and the impact of the computer science. Let's welcome Professor Zhang Yu. Right.
Thank you, session chairman. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yu Zhang, and you can call me Zhang Yu. I come from the university, and my research is mobile computing and IoT. So I think today our topic is digital economy. I think the green and energy efficiency is very important for us. So my presentation is about how to green, how to energy efficient in the AI and digital economy. So my presentation is working.
You can continue with your.
So I can continue. I'm waiting for the slides. Is okay
to come.
Okay.
Right.
And I search from the.
Yeah.
Okay. No. This is not
yours. That's not yours.
And as we know, the smartphone are the world's the most popular consumer economic devices. with around 4.5 million in use last year. So according to World Statistics Institute. So meanwhile, smartphone makers continue to produce new versions of their products every year, and people keep buying more. So all these smartphones generate 146 million tons of CO2 or equivalent emissions. So tracing the environmental footprint of a single smartphone is very hard to determine. So it's very difficult to say just how green your smartphone is. So my presentation is today, I will give you our research, one research example. So is that okay? My presentation is not
Okay,
good.
that's a PPT up. The presentation material is still delayed in
So
pipeline.
because I will talk about my presentation and so cannot continue.
We are too much dependent on presentation technology, so that can you use the word to go ahead, just like lecture without a PPT?
So okay, I have a
now the turn.
Now this is my presentation. Okay, my presentation title is Towards a Green World Using the Intelligent Smartphone. Okay, this first page I have already mentioned. So as we know, for a smartphone, there are a lot of the source region. Okay, we know the screen and a very kinds of the communication styles, well, commercial energy. So today I will give you one communication, Wi-Fi. Okay, the battery capacity only doubles in last 50 years. So my topic is about focus on the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi, how to consume in smartphone. So as we know, smartphone is energy constraint. The low power Wi-Fi is a significant research topic in the mobile computing. So our work is the motivation is what? Okay. This is a library, right? So many smartphone screens are often turned off in library because we need quiet, right? So, but the screen off mode of smartphone still have network activities. So screen off activities, like we show you. You know, we have a lot of applications on smartphones. For example, prefetch, updates, and notifications applications, and non-touch based user factors. So, as we know, a lot of applications consume energy. Okay, let's we know. This is a reference in Sigmetric. This is a top conference. And in this paper, the 3G, you know, the 3G is not innovation. We know the 5G and 6G, but in 3Gs and LTE screen off, the traffic and characters we showed here, a small account and large energy consumption, 29% to the 58 system screen off energy. So you know, on our smartphones, there are a lot of energy application and energy source. As we know, the screen off very, very surprised, occupies 46% screen off energy. So how to cut and reduce this energy is very, very important. Okay, we invested the Android smartphone. You know, the Android smartphone is very popular. And we invested the Apple, the iOS. But these two kinds of the smartphones all have the, you know, the function to cut this energy consumption. But we know the smartphones aggressively perform screen off traffic over Wi-Fi communication. When you enter into the indoor environment, the 5G or the 5G or 4G will switch to the Wi-Fi communication, right? But the Wi-Fi interface will burden a lot of the heavy energy. So research question is how to minimize the energy consumption for Wi-Fi screen off traffic is very important and a practical problem. So our research observation is the existing power save mode. This is from the IEEE standards. Okay, performs poorly when applying to screen off Wi-Fi. The drawback one is the energy waste due to the frequent the radio switches, a lot of the radio switches. Another key observation, the drawback two is energy waste due to the downstream contention. Okay, this is most of the Wi-Fi network introverts, the controller. Okay, we can, because this the time is limited, so we just show a little. Okay, this is the Wi-Fi standards, the Wi-Fi PSM, the one client, the one appoint. Okay, they will receive the data from the upload traffic. Okay, when we add another client, okay, the saving energy through the sleep is very important mechanism. But when we have the two climates, okay, there are a lot of the contention when you receive the packets. Okay, so we need the traffic contents can generate client's energy consumption, right? So we need to have a mechanism to cut the PSM sleep delay. So avoid this continents is very important. So our idea is we can use the distributor coordination with low overhead. So we use a lot of the techniques. We regulate clients to send and receive packets in batches. Another point is coordinates the multiple clients to communicate at different time slots. So we call this beacon intervals management. So, however, computing coordination information and dissemination them to all clients incur tremendous metric overhead of using traditional method based on the AP central controller. This is very key technique. So the challenge is how to cooperation the problem. So the novel idea is that different clients consume at different beacon intervals in TDMA wide and manner. And it will be impossible to exchange the cooperating information with zero traffic. So key point, we built a TMI channel, and as out-of-band communication, we call the QBC technique. Okay, we just simple. This is another very novel the channel, the TMI side channel. We use this channel to transmit a lot of the different packets. When you the many clients to receive the uploading the packets. Okay, great. Okay.
Time could not go.
Okay, these details. Okay, our publication has already published the IEEE top conference, IEEE Infocom, and IEEE transaction on networking. So maybe you can see the details. Okay, this is our analytic model and performance metric and a lot of approach. Okay, this is our OBC side accuracy to cut the energy. So this is how to the Wi-Fi coordination. Okay, this is we design a algorithm. So a lot of the clients and Python decoding and a lot of the techniques and slot management.
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Okay. This is our implementation. We call this back PSM, and we put in on smartphone. Okay, this is our configuration in the Huawei and a lot of the Chinese mobile smartphone. Okay, and this is our evaluation and methodology and how to the campus the Wi-Fi the trace. So this is our experiments. Okay.
Go to the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yu Zhang. But it's a very deep, very technical, and it's presented in a very more scientific, right? And seminar conferences. Okay. And up to now, we have 5 distinguished speakers, and to address our panel, right? As a panel, and it's of course, as you can see, that digital innovation, right, in practice is a long way to go, but we all try and best. But last but not least, Professor Zhang Yu's talk about that. Indeed, you see, we use that devices. It seems to actually that's a green one, but actually itself will have potential, right? And potential energy saving. Okay, and first of all, we very diversified presentation. We first of all give them all a cloud, right? To thank their presentation, right? We still have, according to the program, we need interactions interactions with the participant. We also the great participants, right? Interactions. But the time is limited. If you have 1 or 2 questions, and you can ask the speakers. Anyone? But I think in that case, in order for the translation to work, we need a microphone for any of you raise questions. Any questions? Yes, please. Give a mic to microphone, right? Because the can be translated.
Thank you so much for information. Very interesting, and I think this initiative of using the SEO about big data topic and how we can involve this, because I'm a member of local association of big data association, and for us it's a very interesting topic to engage in this association and cooperate with them.
Okay, the question about the big data. Of course, I do not. This question addressed all 5 keynote speakers. I think, at least from title, Madam Wang, it seems to be you are heading of the Digital Big Data Center. You will first say a few words. I'll say Huawei. You tell me a bit about big data, and if others want to chip in, right, please.
Sorry, I will explain in Chinese. English or Chinese. For big data, I think it's quite widely concept right now. But right now we can see in China, for digital economy, we already entered to a new phase. It's the digital. It's what we call it data driven. It's a new phases. So right now we from the government level, we right now publish many policies to promote, maybe all this data can be transferred from one vendor to the other vendor maybe right now at the first phase, we first to encourage the government to use big data and open many of those public data to the public use. That's the first phase. But right now, as I think right now for all these vendors, mostly those data is within. Sorry, I didn't really get your question. I think maybe.
Please.
What's the question?
The microphone works? Does the microphone? For the question?
Oh, yes.
Microphone.
I mean, about how we can provide some activity within the initiative in Shanghai Cooperation Organization about the big data initiative, which you meant in your presentation, not in your government, in your country, within the SCO organization.
Okay. No. Yeah. For China, I see the Big Data Center is international cooperation. It's very widely meaning.
How Kazakhstan participators and this?
So mostly the members are from ICO countries right now.
First of all, maybe we exchange some
ideas.
contacts. Yes.
My understanding is that because SCU is a platform itself, right? Use that platform, all the countries, member countries, should promote, exchange ideas about how to promote big data technology and the training of staff and maybe some programs, right? I think that's a very good question, and then not question, but also suggestions. But I think for Madam Wang, if you have China and SU Big Data Cooperation Center and need to work with, right, need to work and provide platform to SCU, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, right? I think that it's not about technical ones, not technical, but initiatives, right? International initiatives. Okay, good. Of course, I definitely mean that there are many more questions because of time-wise, right? We have next sessions, and that when the session ends, and the speaker will be around. You have a particular question, want to interact, changing cards and changing some WeChat messages or something, right? And keep contact, and you can talk to these 5 distinguished scholars, right? Okay, let's. It's a successful conclusion for the China Special Panel session, and we thank all the keynote speakers and also thank all those participants. Okay, we end up and this session, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, just time.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
У нас же на русском все будет.
Наушники перенеси вам.
Раз. Раз.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in an hour, and we will be talking about digitalization on the insurance market. So feel free to take the spots, the free spaces.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы начинаем.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we begin our panel session, digitalization on the insurance market. So feel free to take your spaces. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, let's wait for a couple of more minutes because previous session ended only a couple of minutes ago, so people did not have enough time to move from one location to another. So we will just take a couple of more minutes and then we shall start. So, dear participants, good day, and dear participants of Digital Almaty Forum, and we are here to discuss this matter on digitalization of insurance market, and this has become a good tradition for the second year in a row. And on this very platform, we start discussing all the trends and all the innovations that we've got, and especially when it comes to digitalization market and what can be done and what can be done moving forward. Therefore, we've got this discussion platform, and it's a good way to exchange opinions, and we hope that this will be interactive. So please allow me to introduce myself. I'm the advisor of the president of Freedom Finance Global, and in the past I used to be a public activist, and I'm a president of Association of Digital Transformation. Therefore, we've got this noble goal, and we hope to talk about global trends, and we hope that we will serve as this platform, and that we would kind of share our opinions. So please allow me to introduce our speakers. And as of today, our panel session and the format will be as exchange of opinions. So it was more of a Q&A session, and in case our guests are ready to voice their opinions, so feel free to jump into the discussion. So overall, we've got 1 hour and 20 minutes. So we have already spent the first 5 minutes. So thank you, despite the fact that it's a lunchtime. I mean, thanks for finding the time, and thanks for being here. So our first speaker, so Ms. Amirbayeva Asel. So she's the director of the insurance market and the director, and she's responsible for regulating the financial market. And the second guest, and Mr. Nurjan Unarkhaev. So he is the head of the agency on promoting the competition in the Republic of Kazakhstan and in the city of Almaty. And the third speaker, Anurbekova Limara, she is the member of the board of National Credit Bureau. And speaker number 4, Alimbetov Muratbek, so general director of Astana ERT Limited Liability Partnership. And speaker number 5, Chingiz Oradalimov, he's a deputy of the corporation government for the citizens. And Mr. Yerlan Burabayev, and he's a director of Association of Financiers of Kazakhstan. And speaker number 7, Kerimbayev Azamat, and he's a member of the board of Freedom Insurance. And therefore, for the last several years, so the way it works right now, and we see this, or we can say that digitalization came to us, and therefore there were changes in legislation, and this year, and we have this Legal Act number 50, and we have changes for the better. And also at the end of the year, we also witnessed when on Digital Bridge, the finance regulator, when they presented this simplified regulation on car crashes of the January 31st, and this is the protocol that is active, and this is becoming a mainstream, and therefore those unimportant crashes, whenever we've got 2 participants, they all agree, and whenever there is no one to blame, that means they would be able to cover and to ask for expenses without involving administrative courts. And this simplifies the life of car owners, and who became part of the traffic jams because of that car accident, because one has to waste a lot of time. And there is a simpler way to go about these procedures, and there is a simpler way to receive the payments. And I wanted to ask you these questions, and financial regulation plays a major role in the life of financial organizations. So what are the trends that you see in our field? And maybe to have this opportunity to listen to your opinion on such a platform. So the floor is yours. So thank you, Marlene, for giving me an opportunity to speak. And yes, the regulator, they have this important task in hand when it comes to developing the digital sector and overall when it comes to developing the financial sector. But as for insurance, as you pointed out, so we devote a great deal of attention to the development and to provision of service. And as you pointed out correctly, for all these years, we have led the foundation for digitalization of this sector. And I would like to point out one important thing. So we would spend a great deal of attention speaking about the so-called compulsory insurance. And now you are bringing up additional cases that also relate to this insurance. And we have spent 3.5 years, and we wanted to make sure that there is a way to sign a contract online. And this year we have this service of obtaining the payments, and everything can be done online. And as you pointed out, so we have this simplified procedure, and this is the mass way of insurance according to Euro Protocol, and in accordance to which in January 1st we've got these procedures, and we've got unique cases whereby the payment happens in one day. So 1 year ago when we were on this very platform, we could not dream of such an outcome, and right now this is working, and consumers, thanks to their mobile apps, and in reality they can so companies are able to provide the service, and we've got at least 5 companies which provide that type of service, and one of the main, so to speak, companies, those are Euro Protocol, based on the, and we were developers of that, and through that service we are able to process more than 400 claims within a month, and the average payment in a month, and this regulation procedures, they typically take 5 days, and the type of services when the state showed to the market, and the market, when they are able to work together as part of this process, and we basically proved that we can provide such a service to a consumer, and the consumer would be satisfied with such a service. And I think we are entering the new stage when it comes to this service development, where the market would realize, and when strategic organizations and regulator, and I think other governmental organs, whoever is connected with the insurance matter, I think they would realize that we would need to pay enough attention to this whole paying out service. And as I pointed out, so we have already done a great deal, and because we've got the statistics, we are moving towards this notion according to which this pricing and the cost of the policy can be based on the statistics. And I think this was a major decision for us, and the service that we implemented this year. And as you know, I think the basis, and we've got the governmental database, and this is based on the statistics thanks to the models. So we are able to come up with the tariffs depending on the sector and everything. And it has led us to the situation whereby for all compulsory insurance, we would be able to come up with a fair tariff for our population. And apart from that, the market itself, in order to, when selling the insurance policy, so we have a whole range of services. So in reality, we do have the whole range of services, but for the most part, those are aimed at selling. So we would be able to kind of sell services through the agents, and this is how we're able to implement the insurance. And when it comes to payments, so I think this is the new stage, and I think this is very important for us, and it's important to listen to the population, it's important to listen to consumers, and to implement and to provide that type of service. And when it comes to compulsory types of insurance, yes, Marlene is absolutely right, and we realize that we can have marketplaces for the so-called compulsory insurance, and we do have the statistics, we do have the analysis, and our next point of growth, in my point of view, and I think this is the way the regulators see, and I think this is the development of the so-called alternative insurance. And for those of you who don't know, so this is the insurance I'm talking about. So those are either unique clients or when risks are particularly high. And I think those types of insurances, they work very well, especially when there is a point. And I think this year in the parliament, we had this law on this responsibility for the doctors, and this point is unique, and this will be implemented through the unified pool. And I think the service that the government can provide, I think this will be a platform where this pool will be applicable. And what is the gist of the so-called name-based insurance? So I think the cost of insurance, it's not regulated by the law. And this is defined based on the statistical analysis. This is defined based on the underwriting of the client. And I think this is the type of insurance, so the platform for the so-called name-based insurance. This way we will be able to gather the statistics, and this way we will make sure that this is accessible for the consumer. And there is this type of notion in the insurance business. We've got this notion of selection, and selection allows us to kind of cover all the groups without getting too deep into details what risks are all about, what risks are involved. And therefore, this digital solution, therefore, this platform for name-based insurance, I think this is one of the additional growth points for the insurance market. And I think in this sense, I think this service will work well also when it comes to working with the governmental organizations and also in private sector. So meaning that many organizations will be able to continue working in that direction. And third of all, and third point of growth, I think this is the so-called voluntary insurance and voluntary insurance. And I think I'm very happy that people come voluntarily and ask for insurance. And the way we see things now, we see that there are many databases that are all digitalized, and they do have the statistics. And in reality, the development of voluntary insurance, this can be implemented by integrating all those databases. And this is first of all, and I think as of today, and I don't know whether it's the blessing or a curse, but we do have many products based on voluntary insurance, and everything is based on individual services. And I also wanted to have an insurance against the earthquake, and I had to go to one app, another app, and a third app, and it's hard for me to figure out whether or not the premium would be a fair one, and I could not realize this comparative analysis. So therefore, I'm a specialist, and I've been working in this very field for many years, and I had to know what name of those services were. I had to understand which companies and which companies cover which risks, and in reality, the consumer, in order to sign any sort of consumer deal, so they either need to work through the broker or they must kind of have that information through the compulsory types of insurance. And I think the next service could be the aggregator for the products, at least some products that come from the box. So at least products that are standardized and that are easy to understand. And if we have such an aggregator, and it seems that as of today, we do have the large marketplaces, but I don't know if you notice, but I think those are insurance products of all the companies. And I think in my views for a consumer, it's kind of hard to come up with a comparative analysis, and it's hard to figure out which risks can be covered and at what price. And this also improves the financial literacy. I mean, such services, they have also additional advantage. And I think first and foremost, it's important to create services for aggregating products. And second of all, I think since in the country we've got many databases that are already digitalized, it's important to do the work with what we have already, because the services that we do have, the centers for the governmental services and various other centers, I think this is what we can do in order to make sure that insurance is easy to understand. And the fourth of all, what we see as a perspective. So this is the platform for training highly qualified personnel. And I see that as of today, we can always, and yes, unfortunately, we do not have higher educational institutions that teach students this insurance business. I think with the insurance of the National Bank, I think we do have the master's program with Kazakh British Technical University, and I think there is a master's program under the National Bank, and we do have an agreement with Kazakh British Technical University. So this is the systematic work, and this gives us long-standing results in the long term. And I think this is what we can have on the market based on those compulsory repayments that we do have in Kazakhstan. So we wanted to have this platform where we would gather all the information for risk managers, for underwriters, and it's a great deal of work. And for their subscriptions, we would be able to teach people. And this system, what will it allow us? So it will allow us to gather the materials, and we'll have databases of the specialists of various insurance organizations. And this is what can be done in order to look for specialists.
Такая неизведанная сфера на рынке страхования, которую надо реализовывать в ближайшее время, на мой взгляд, потому что очень остро стоит дефицит кадров. Вот это я такие базовые перечислила точки роста.
These are the basic things, and I think it's in high demand right now. That I think that we need really to develop that, to explore that. I think each company right now, they're doing a lot of work by themselves, but in terms of regulation, I think these basic fundamental things like marketplaces, aggregators, platforms, they have to exist there. Thank you, Mariam. Thanks very much. You've explained it very well, the tendency, the trends, what's going on, what's coming up. And as it was said, all the insurance market competes in mandatory, in compulsory insurance types. It's hard to get clients. The lead generation idea where you're trying to get clients, the price for the cost for that is increasing. And so the product of insurance policies, the prices for them, they are playing a huge role. So there is a voluntary insurance type. We need to spread that as well to promote that, because we have digital platforms, and due to different processes, different businesses, they become big platforms with digital instruments where one way or the other your client is already sorted and filtered, and lead generation is very targeted. And if you could get clients through those platforms, you know that this is really your client, this is a warm lead, and you can process him in the right way. One of the cases which are important for us, it's the platforms that we have. One of the vivid example is Astana ERC. It's the unified payment system. I think, Muratbek, I would like to address this question to you. You are the dominant in the market that holds a big share of the market of the house owners, apartment owners. So, do you think that on this platform we could develop insurance products and collaborate with the insurance companies? Thank you, Nurlan. So, just shortly, I will talk about our activities. Astana Unified Payment System. As of today, the company has been working in the market for more than 15 years. We have more than 30 types of service. We provide services to more than 500,000 clients, and we are interacting as of today with 1,600 counter agents, and even more than that, maybe 1,700. Average collection of payment is 98%. It means that we can develop what we've been talking about. So what does our obligations include? It's the putting all services in one document, collection and gathering of documents for making unified receipt, then giving unified account that will stay with the client, stamp, packaging, delivery, processing of payments. So territorially coverage, geographical coverage. Astana ERC provides services to all citizens of Astana and a big part of Akmola region. In Aktau, we started a implementation process. We built, but not a unified, not a very partial one, but the work is going there. So speaking of the advantages, how it's going to look like. So the advantages of unified payment document, you don't need to notify about the insurance payment, and very accessible payment instruments in second tier banks. I think it's very convenient if we take into account the housing insurance, real estate insurance. So about the real estate insurance, I can say that Astana has established certain culture there in the payment of utilities. And speaking of the real estate insurance, as the user, I'd like to see that this culture is developing, and I cannot say that for Almaty. I cannot speak for Almaty. Recently, you had a very peculiar case recently, so I think this will give some food for thought. So the insuring property is not just for the record. This is really going forward. This is important. I don't want this to happen again, of course, but I think we need to develop this type of market. And I think because we are monopolist, it's a question to the state authorized body. There are certain limitations. We have representatives of these bodies, so if they could answer this question, that would be great. One big thank you very much. Just on a side note, so at the end, after all speakers have spoken, we will have the Q&A session, and we're trying to build it this way so that it's interesting. I'm the only representative of the professional market. As a moderator, I'd like to ask you to give a present to the most interesting question. And many people would be willing to ask a good question, and they would wait till the end. So can you think of a present maybe, or a valuable item that you can give to the asker of the most interesting question? We cannot insure an apartment from earthquake, but maybe a car of up to 500,000 insurance premium. So insurance 500,000 for the most interesting question. According to my subjective opinion, Madeleine, speakers can also participate in this. I think these are very qualified speakers, so they will quickly answer this question. It will be easy for them. So I think let's give the chance to our audience to answer this question, and let's do this lottery among our audience. So Morabek, you said a very interesting thing. Recently, I've moved to Almaty. I can hear myself, or is it from the other room? It's a very technological, very advanced project. You're not worried that you're not paying for your payment. There are some notifications, but it's hard to notify all the users. It's a good indicator. And he said, because of this work, I'm a monopolist, and sometimes I don't know how to react to certain events that happen right now that may be perceived from the organization that is responsible for the anti-monopoly activities. But we have very distinguished guests. Nurjan Ramhaev, he's a agency responsible for the agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan for regulation and development to the financial market. So he passed the torch to the other speaker. So we are discussing different opinions. It doesn't mean that it's for sure, for certain. Just however you think, you have to say it. So we will improvise. This has to be interesting. This has to be a real exchange of opinions, and I think that's the way it's going to be. Thank you, Marlon. First of all, allow me to greet and welcome all the participants and thank the organizers. The main principle of interaction of ZRK in the state is when they do legal actions, they're allowed to do legal things, but there are certain limitations attached to these players of the market who are in the monopoly position. In this case, the services stamp and processing of receipts, it's explained by the work of many consumers. So there are certain risks involved. So in terms of voluntary insurance, everybody can do that, but we need to take into account the risks as the confusing. I think this service needs to be divided into mandatory, voluntary types. Also, the amount should be set aside as a separate line, not so that it's not confused with the other payments. This work suggests interaction with the certain vendors in the insurance market, because somebody will use unified payment system. They will bill for their services, and you need to have a very non-biased approach. It should not be based on some subjective requirements or circumstances. You should have equal access. Equal access is required. So, anti-monopoly body thinks that it's a very new and fresh activity, but we need to take into account that are shaped due to the fact that there are many consumers. That's my opinion. If you have any interesting question, I will gladly answer them. Nurjan, thank you very much. Now the floor is given to another dominating party. It's the state corporation Government for Citizens that was built on 4 main national companies which are responsible for our well-being. So the Government for Citizens, with the total staff of 22,000 people, provides online and offline services. So we are, as citizens, we have one way or the other, we have had contact with this organization. And at some point, I was in the management of this organization, was in 2017, 2019, and there was a task to be maximally digitalized in the state services. And right then, in those special places, we tried to create special conditions for people to be able to process documents fast. We all know that in the insurance market there's a special category called agents. And all those zones, these social centers, they all had these helpers. They had these assistants who helped in those social centers. And to make sure that these services are culturalized, we had to change it. So even one time we had a very interesting case when some people were shoving cameras into me. They said, this person came to the center. He doesn't allow us to make our own earned money. In the video, I'm saying, maybe you're changing my words. This organization, it's a state organization, and it's a cost post. So I answered in a very political, very correct way. And next day, I get links from YouTube. They take the videos, they say, this person opened the company, left us without bread, but the words that it's a state company, it's Kaspos, they just cut it out. And for a few years, when you say Marlen Usykhaev, he was in top 2, top 3 videos. I'm glad, but the account was deleted and this video is not there anymore. So Chingiz, now a question to you. So after 7 years, what has changed in this organization? Can you tell us? Because you are such a massive and giant platform that many businesses would like to cooperate with you and to be integrated with you. Hello, thank you to the organizers for this event. Thank you, Marlene, for inviting me. We're doing a lot of work. I would just to give you a short overview. So I would like to talk about some services that we started to digitalize. So government for citizens. It's the 25 special social services that provide different services for cars, for IDs, for issuing driver's licenses. In 2022, we had a trend for digitalization of services. If the first one was the registration of vehicles online, and many second-tier banks, they picked up on that as well and decided to integrate it. And with that, we were able to decrease our offline traffic and started switching it to online to decrease the accumulation of people in our social places, social centers, because we found out that the more people we have, the more contact we have between each other, the more risks they are. So that's why we started diving into other services and we started switching them to online formats. Previously, it was mentioned that we had experience in integrating products in insurance inside some specialized services. There were special terminals where you could come up to and you could get some services of different range. So what we found out was that the main problem that most of the citizens, they are already used to finding people who could do something for them for some money, undisclosed amount of money, not to deal with the problems themselves. And we started to study the flow, the journey of the client, what is he doing during the purchase of the car, after the purchase. And when we digitalized the online registration of car service, we decided that we could have an operator. After registering the car, they could offer to citizens the service for insurance. For example, citizens come to the operator, and operator could offer this insurance service. And the citizen could choose the insurance company, who could read about the conditions and terms, and then pay a certain amount for insurance, he would be able to have a turnkey solution, and he would exit our services already fully equipped. And all those assistance helpers, so-called, that we had before, we didn't need them anymore. So we talked about this with Asil, we raised this issue, and we understand that we are moving to a new point because regulator has launched new projects like Euro protocol. It says that the market and the regulator is ready to support the market. Most important fact is that we need to have competition, and we would open, and we would become another point for clients for insurance. Right now we're actively moving in this direction. And in general, why did we choose this path? So because we have the consumer-centric approach. Sometimes you could just live it, not do anything, because the citizen pays for it, he's not thinking about it. But our company, and it took a different approach. It uses a different method. We look at the flow, and we understand that there's a corruption element, and the consumers, sometimes it's inconvenient for them, and we're trying to digitalize the whole process. And based on this consumer-centered approach, so that we have everything available on the application without any switches to other places. So that's briefly, that's it. We understand where we're moving right now.
And in December, we had some changes in our legislation, and in our eGov, there is a way to set up the partnership with the market, and this will be a win-win conditions for both partners and from the state as well. So therefore, we are open to suggestions, and we would like to support the market, and we would like to support small companies and big enterprises and overall. And this story has its beginning, and now there are some services that one can integrate with, and we think that this is only the beginning of the industry of digital insurance, so that is in the process of being implemented. And second of all, I think at any rate we would need to improve the financial literacy of the population, because I think the earthquake happened, and only now people start thinking that maybe it would make sense to kind of have an insurance for their real estates. So, and I think on one hand, a person might be forming those laws, but at the same time, it's hard to find when things are written explicitly in a simple language. So I think it would be good if we could have some startups involved, and it would be good if some complicated concepts could be communicated to the population in a simple language. And I think if the population is eager to pay for it, I think it would be good for everyone. And I think the insurance market for the year 2024, they do have a large volume. So therefore, I would like to thank you. Yes, Mr. Chingis, thank you for the commentary. And I see Dinara raising her hand, and I would like to give some data, and I think most likely we will kind of hear a comment from her. So it's just from my point of view, when a person is doing something professionally, so please explain in simple words what exactly do you do. And when we upload the presentation, and I think the first slides, and then there are a set of short messages. So we decided to integrate with GBT-RM and then with GBT-RK, and the journalists, they have they have no idea what they are talking about, and they need to translate it into an understandable language. And when you know something, and when the newcomer comes, those are two completely different perceptions. So, and you find and you learn so many new words. And it seems that, hey, you are experienced, you might have a lot of knowledge in various fields. And I think when there was this committee, I had no idea what I was voting for, and I was ashamed to double check the basic concepts. So, and then you basically come and you start Googling what you do not understand. But I think those are this professional matters, and one just has to deal with it. And in reality, we do have many acronyms, and there is a great deal of shame. So more often than not, people are ashamed to ask what it's all about. And Dinara, you're also an owner of the database. And overall, given that you are governmental bureau, you work with the financial market databases and with bank sector. And I think in our countries, banking sector is a driver for digitalization. And there is also an insurance market, and at the same time, there are the so-called insurance data. And I try to kind of view everything from the consumer point of view. So I'm consumer first and foremost, and I think whenever we have to deal with some insurance products, so we always think of the products that are compulsory. So we do have vehicles. And I would like to say, I updated my insurance, and why I get this message again? And we start, chasing the client, and someone when his or her insurance is about to expire, and then people start advertising their services. And I think when they first interact, there is a way to prolong the services, or they are supposed to choose a different product. And they, more often than not, they wait for some other colleagues until someone else offers their services. So therefore, Dinara, I would like to ask you whether or not there is a technical possibility. So you've got a set of databases, and I think this insurance market, I think on one hand, yes, you can buy certain things, and you can say, all right, Mr. Marlen Sikhaev, so his policy is set to expire for February 5th, but we would like him to have his policy 31st of January. So he is already, he's eager to become our consumer. So this is something that we wanted to understand, because in a way you hold the monopoly. So good day for all who are present. So many thanks to Marlene, who raised this topic of this voluntary insurance. And us, we all know what compulsory is, and we come up with the insurance, and we also buy various insurance products as part of compulsory measures. And if I ask you, so whom of you who do you have insurance as a voluntary insurance? Yes, this is good. I think this is what happened after the earthquake. Yes, and yes, we see some changes, because if I asked the same question last year, and I think this is very civilized, and it's a good thing to have this compulsory variation of the insurance, and when you, based on your understanding, when you gonna get the insurance policy for you, for your kids, and when you also have insurance for your flights, and going back to Marlene's question, whether or not this client who is receptive, whether or not they've got an insurance. So we see when agreements are made, and through the eGov service, we send information to the client, and also we send them a message. And this is something that we implemented last year. And starting from this year, we are supposed to send messages that, all right, this case was registered, and all the changes that happened. that we are supposed to kind of notify the population. And this is what Asel was talking about. So apart from the fact that we are supposed to create an insurance policy and we're supposed to make it very convenient to use, and it's important to also keep in mind that there is this part which is involving payment, and therefore there should be an ability to see at what stage we are finding ourselves in. So Marlene, I think you don't know, and I used to work in Post, and when you initiated this great service, and I was responsible for this direction, and I wanted to kind of make an agreement with all the insurance companies, and I wanted to make sure that everyone is represented in the Center for Services for the population. And I know what the market looked like, and I just wanted to make sure that all the insurance companies, whatever their status is, I just wanted to make sure that every company has the right to be represented, and everyone has an opportunity to kind of buy an insurance policy for their vehicle. And therefore, I would like to ask Chingiz, because since we are the part of the digital model and any governmental services that we receive, and I think as BO or BTS, if it becomes the first product, I think this would be good. And if there is a term, and if the transport is, a vehicle is registered, we would be happy if this product will be an integral part of consumers' lives. So I think we do not have final terms, but I think 6-8 months, more or less, so we will be able to come up with some sort of working product. And I think those are the finalized process. And so when we, on one hand, did a great deal of work, so we wanted to make sure that there is a quick way to register a vehicle, so we would not have any opportunity to register a vehicle, but at the same time, those who come to those public services for the population, and last year, I think this is what we implemented, and right now, every citizen has an opportunity to see their insurance policy through the eGov, and they can go and see the tab other services, so you can see all the active policies, and you would be able to see what is the insurance that you have, and if something happened, and if one does not remember where one stands, so you can ask a person to go to eGov, and at the same time you would be able to see a similar opportunity in a Halik online banking application, and we hope that this will be developing further, and hopefully this will be reflected in other applications, so you do not have to search, so you would be able to kind of double check that, or your spouse can double check that, and whoever is part of your group, and whoever asks you where's my policy and when it ends, and I forgot where I was, so this is something that happens very often, so, and not always are we able to kind of keep in mind our company. And I think we will be successful when insurance will simply become a part of our life. So just like brushing teeth. And whenever I come to the Shimbulak, and when I buy the snowboard, and I also wanted to make sure that all right, that that snowboard is covered, and I think it would not be difficult for me to pay some additional amount, and we do have many such aspects in our life. So meaning that if I pay for my insurance, and if my piece of real estate is left without a supervision, and we do have many issues when we do have such unpredictable moments. And what are we talking about? And when speaking about insurance services, and any good that you order, if you want to kind of ensure that, ideally it should be simple it should be easy to understand. So if you want, you can cover it. If you don't want, you do not have to do that. So I think this is a voluntary thing, and I think everything is happening in a very clear manner, but it's important to have a culture, and therefore it's important to have a culture for insurance companies. So whenever this insurance case arises, it's important that you would receive the payment. And how come the regulator pays a lot of attention to that? And I think for insurance we should be as transparent as possible, and we should also pay attention to the final terms, and this is how we are able to trust one another, and this is how we can make sure that we can count on that payment. And this is the culture that everyone should relate to, and I am voluntary. I'm supposed to react to that, and therefore, when I go somewhere and when I'm able to to provide insurance, and therefore all the compulsory classes that we have and all the procedures that we've been doing, and this all created the platform so that those classes will be used. Those digital products that were named as a compulsory. So something that is integrated with the databases, and databases that give us an information about the current state of the real estate, and there is a way to to evaluate things very quickly, and we can add that to the tools, to various insurance products, and we can do that very quickly in a clear and in an understandable manner. I think this is something what colleagues from the insurance companies should think about, and it's important that every part of population relates to that. And I think if you ask your people questions so that people would reflect whether or not they do have such a product, so there is a need that a population that exists in the population. So therefore, if Marlene, thanks for today's panel, so if this voluntary insurance will become more popular, so I think this will be a great thing that you are beginning today. And I think in this very process we would need to talk about digitalization that is happening in this sector, and this digitalization also covers all those things that are similar to like potential fraud initiatives. And this fraud that we're able to to figure out, we see how this can be applied from the practical point of view, so that people or insurance companies that sell those products, we wanted to make sure that those companies are protected from those similar things. So therefore, I think for us, it's important to have a mix of what we can do and what we're about to do and what it will lead to in Kazakhstan, and what would be the culture of voluntary insurance. So yeah, thank you, Dinara. Let's give a warm welcome. So thank you for clarification of those principles. I have never thought about that. Yeah, I've never thought about getting an insurance in Shimbolak. Now I'll be thinking about it all the time, and those types of insurance they will be developing. I think this is everyone's contribution. Everyone, whoever is present in this very room, everyone has to accept some sort of responsibility, because based on that decision, many processes would unfold in a different way. So from the mental point of view, I think the culture also would involve, because as we evolve and we would also live just the way that people live in the USA. So whenever people come into the audience, and if one does not have a medical insurance, then there is no way to live life in the United States without medical insurance. And the next question I wanted to ask my colleague, and I was preparing this question. So what would be the way to insure your electric vehicle? And after the app that we all downloaded. So earthquake near me. And yesterday I also saw this notification, and I wanted to ask you a different question. So when we will have insurance for earthquakes? So yes, I think Azamat, you are the only person who is providing insurance. Yes, this was a good question. So in Freedom Insurance, we do not have such contracts, and we do not cover earthquake risks. And the reason why, I will explain. And the way we approach this, and as a colleague from ERC, so 500 apartments in Astana, in Almaty, 750,000 apartments, and one apartment, if we kind of have the minimum estimate, 15 million tenge, so this will be a large amount. So even if we insure 3,000 apartments, so the overall capital is just over 21 billion of tenge. And us as a part of name-based insurance, as banks and also vehicles, and they do have this earthquake risks, and that means that the insurance company, they already have this burden and they already carry that risk. And in the context of the earthquake risk, it's hard to talk about the probability. So either this happens or it's not happens. And if it is happens, so ideally we would like to make sure that we would like to control our loss, and hopefully we will be able to cover all those expenses in the near future. And what can be done in order to cover our citizens if earthquake happens, and not a single state and not in a single country, there is a company that would be able to cover that risk. So at any rate, there is this partnership between the government and the private sector. So either state takes this responsibility, or state buys this program from one of the world leaders, of world insurance leaders, and they provide some sort of liquidity for public sector, or public sector buys some sort of small amounts. So let's say we want to buy an amount against catastrophic risks of $200 and $300 million, and we would like to offer to a limited number of person risks against earthquakes. But I think this is a global issue. It's hard to resolve this issue without regulators, without our governments, because as we know, we do have sudden inflows of water. And what happens when this sudden inflows of water happens? So the government has some sort of funds, so people will be able to recover their houses. So no one is talking about insurance. And second of all, we should realize that not every piece of real estate can be insured. And if we pay attention to the statistics of the Bureau for National Statistics, so that means the real estate fund of our country, so there's a lot of space for improvement. And 60% of the time, so we are talking about 5.5 million houses, so they do not have basic things that we got used to in Almaty, such as electricity, water, gas, and we do have a large number of apartments that are heated with coal, and not every apartment is built of concrete, of bricks, and we also have apartments that use other materials, and there are houses that are super old.
But we shouldn't think that when we atomize everything, it will not be all apartments. So even when we do automation, we'll do very selectively. So it's a very difficult question. I think we have a good panel here. We have some cases when insurance companies, they worked with aggregators, for example, ELC Alseco, and they sell property, they insure properties against different risks. But as of now, we only have some private companies, maybe one. I've never seen two. So when we talk about the second insurance company, usually our partners, they point to Azarka. Azarka, we understand their position, and I think now ERC, Alseco, IVC, all these marketplaces, they are like mediators of the insurance market. So when we talk about digitalization, we're not saying that we want to exclude the mediator. We're primarily talking about the digitalization of services through access to marketplaces. When we have the cost of insurance as accessible as possible, and it will be easy to buy when you can do it on some application, for example, on some ERC application, then we can talk about the mass insurance among citizens of different classes, for example, property insurance. But we need to understand that from the side of insurance company, it would make sense if the state credit bureau or other organization, they would provide some commercial services to the market when getting state services. For example, we would be very interested to know what kind of sites objects are insured for this person. For when we get person's identification number, if we know he has 3 apartments, we know their technical parameters. And in Freedom Bank, we have a digital mortgage. So when you get some data through one source, we can simplify underwriting process, the process of evaluation of the object, and insurance companies, they can become faster and more dynamic entering this market, the markets which are very undervalued, underestimated. We don't know the volume of risks that is expected in these markets. I think when we solve all of these issues, then we can talk about the mass insurance against the earthquakes. I just want to thank you very much. As always, very professional answer. Maybe you have some your own courses. So before the last speaker, we have 16 minutes left until the end of our session, because after that there will be another session starting. The last question. I give the floor to different speakers, but how did I build this agenda and schedule? Based on my professional activities, I've worked in different similar areas, and I'd like to give a thought to Irlan Burabayev. He's the chairman of the management board of Association of Financiers of Kazakhstan. When you represent the field that it competes with other companies, and then you try to take parity decisions to protect the legislation in parliament and with the regulators. It's a big, colossal work to find compromise that would be satisfying to everybody, but that would push things forward at the same time. So, Yerlan, you've been working in this area for many years, so I'd like to ask the following question. To develop voluntary insurance through digital platforms, in general, Association of Financiers of Kazakhstan, are they willing to take this initiative and to bring it to the masses? Len, thank you very much for this question. Let me just say a few words. So, colleagues have talked about year protocol. I've felt it myself actually. On the 15th of January, I had a car crash. Somebody scratched my car. My alarm went off. The guilty party was there, and we did the Euro protocol. On 17th of January, I got the payment. So this system works. Of course, there were some difficulties, challenges, but I think I talked to you about this. I hope we eliminated this. So I really tried it. So now in terms of digitalization, that's our main purpose, to protect and offer on all platforms all the things, all the initiatives that go from the market. I've been talking to clients a lot, to insurance companies, and Right now, we have to remember one principle. Insurance is not bought, it is sold. That's the foundation of it. It's hard to find a perfect client that would be willing to enter the websites and would be searching for the insurance products. It happens very rarely. Not all the clients have digital signatures. Not all the clients are registered in the database of the state services. Just yesterday we had a meeting talking about the insurance payments, about the state credit bureau, and so what do we have there? Clients comes to the insurance company, or the insurance agent goes to the client. It's an offline interaction. So we need to explain about the product, about its purpose. So there is a communication system, face to face. And then we start talking about signing an agreement, and then it gets interesting. We talk about digitalization, but here, what's the question here? When we started talking with the person who doesn't have an electronic signature, or he's not registered in the base of the mobile citizens, we want to give him service, we want to digitalize him, we want him not to go anywhere to Unified National Pension Fund. He wouldn't have to collect any documents. We don't want him to move anywhere. We're willing and ready, as part of the one window process, to do everything for him. But Unified Pension Fund or Credit Bureau, they want to see that agreement for them. So that is the question. It is digitalized, but it's digitalized for the perfect client that is looking for the insurance, the one who has all the electronic signatures. But we need to understand, we need to push them forward in this digital path. And the colleagues say that we are ready, we can sign it with our own signatures, our own agreements. If tomorrow there will be any complaints, the regulators, inspectors, or some other party, or internal Ministry of Affairs, they will see that we got this agreement because he wrote this on paper, and we can switch it to digital format. And that's why there will be agreements, there will be fights, and we will turn to regulator, to inspector. So from online, we have to move the discussion from offline to online. And I said, as mentioned, that it's important to put across this information to the user. So when there's an interest, person needs to have the opportunity to read about the store of insurance products and then read about it. So in this regard, in this case, of course, we're ready and willing to help to protect the interests at different levels, and Majalis will also work this out. I know that the law on personal data is being in progress right now. Iran, I would really like to help you in all the possible ways, in talking with the government bodies, those who are responsible for personal data, those who are responsible for the state bases. But Chinggis, who is sitting next to you, he's really a specialist in digitalizing data, so he's partially responsible for that. And I think this cooperation would be very useful as well. And in different forms, we may be sitting in different rooms. So you talked about interesting things. Now the most interesting thing, the price, going to the most interesting question. So the 500,000 insurance premium. We have two microphones, and So I suggest that we do it in the following way. The person who is asking the question, he asks directly to the to the speaker, to specific speaker. Briefly, shortly, the speaker will try to answer this. If there are any additions, comments from other speaker, please keep it brief, keep it short, so that it's not just two questions and one winner. You really want to win? So the first question to Shangis Zalimov. In the market, we're discussing the idea to attach the insurance policy to human and to car, but to the driver's license. So the insurance policy will not be able to run without driver's license. So can the insurance policy can stop the activity of driver's license not to pay for the insurance? And the second question to Aysel, you wanted to ask about the electric cars. So we talked about the pilotless cars, driverless cars, and if the person can make a decision to turn off the automation system and he can drive and he withdraws responsibility, but he will choose the service of a certain provider. For example, let's call it Tesla. So with the development of these technologies, will there be an imputed insurance for when a car crashes, when the driver is not driving, when it's in autopilot? So first, the government for citizens, it cannot be realized. The service that you announced, we can talk separately about this. It's a very good question. I would like to help you. We can talk face to face about this. Thanks for a very interesting question. I think it really talks about the imputed insurance. And as I said, imputed insurance is a category that protects the consumer from quality services. So you said whether it's going to be quality or not quality, this autopilot, but it's a very unique point. And it's not the mass market product, but it can be really developed. This is a very good idea. But I want to say that to implement this, we need to understand the risks, secondly, the price formation, and then we need to build that in a very good way. We need to do this together on the digital platform, then any type of imputed insurance will work in the right way, because as part of this pool, there will be right risks, right insurance. Next year, we'll be reconsidering the cost, the price of this imputed insurance, so that the consumer is comfortable, is clear, and it's affordable. So I would like to answer this very quickly. So I think the future is about this insurance, yes. Just to add a few words here. So it's hard when it deals with three ministers, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Transportation, but of course the user will have to be responsible at the end. So next question, please. So we talked about the general insurance, but there are questions that really worry people. For the past few years, a few measures were taken to increase the coverage for compulsory insurance. For example, in 22, there were 60,000 agreements. We see 170,000 agreements signed. So did we achieve this thanks to the measures, thanks to digitalization and integration processes? So it's a question, I think, to Nurjan mostly, but I'd like to ask Mr. Burabayev, are there any risks that when we increase the coverage after all bases are integrated and after the inspection from the state bodies, you will increase the coverages, you will increase the pool, and if there are any conflict interest, will there be a separate state operator when you reach the critical mass, and will there be regulation? So it's SNS, it's compulsory employee insurance from emergency cases. Well, look, we don't have lots of information, but any operator in Kazakhstan is being regulated right now by SRK. I represent territorial department because all operators, their actions, they attributed to some geographical locations. So we have centralized insurance. We have So thank you for your question.
And because we should maybe reduce our appetite, and it's important to develop the partnership between government and private enterprises. So if there is such an initiative, I think us with the RK and with the community of insurance agencies, and I think with the employers and the Chamber of Entrepreneurs, I think we will be, how to put it mildly, object. All right, thank you very much. So good day. And my name is Kanat, and I represent the Nomad Insurance, and on our website, yes, amanat24.kz. And I have a question to Asel, and this question is kind of similar to what Murat Bekt asked. So as far as the insurance and of payments, and right now, if we want to make a deal with an insurance companies, so we would need to have according to the law, we would need to have an agreement with the private entrepreneurial body. So can a client make an agreement once for a year? So I think so. Would that be possible? So I think, as colleagues already pointed out, it depends on the way the price is calculated. So depending on what price you would kind of ask for. So, and everything else is a technical matter. So I think, speaking of the agreement, and I think we do have such a case, and I receive invoice for, when people ask for payment, and one insurance companies, and I think they worked with OC, and I don't know why it turned in a way, and we have this request for Nomad Insurance, and they charge at least 200 tenges for a given coverage, and there is a way to extend this coverage. And the way the service is implemented is that I'm aware of the conditions, and this is what I do every month. And in reality, I was a bit skeptical, and then I would say, yes, I'm not going to pay 200 tenge. And last set of events, I kind of read what conditions were, and in reality, and speaking of the insurance, I wanted to add my 2 cents, and because insurance companies, they also ask these type of questions, and as Ahmad pointed out correctly, and that catastrophe that can happen, so this would be unbearable for any insurance organizations. And as I pointed out, we have this the so-called pool system, and this allows us either to cover unique risks, someone that no one wants to kind of cover, or they do not know the statistics, or super large risks. And in reality, various agencies, they are working on the mechanism on how this model can be created against those insurance cases. So not a single private company would be able to cover the potential damage that can arise during the catastrophe. So we do have also a support from the World Wide Bank, and we can also come with the with a help package, and as part of this working group we will be working on that very model. And I want to pay attention to, and I want to ask various insurance companies that if you would be doing that, so this will be very, very expensive. So this is a very large price to pay to get an insurance from an insurance company. So maybe at the end of the day, the juice maybe is not worth the squeeze. And when you, as a market, when you hire a professional and when you contract the international insurance provider, and the price goes down, and then the price becomes far more interested for us, for citizens. And this is one of the mechanisms. So we have this over protection pool, and we have also the mechanism of catastrophic bonds. And here I think we will be working on that model alongside with the World Bank and with the Asian Bank, because we do have this initiative that would kind of cover us against various catastrophes. And I think this is what our regulator has in hand. So we don't want it to be expensive for the population, not as a tax. So it's not like, oh, all right, we gathered the money and then what happens happens. So we want to make sure that there is a good impact on the budget should such risks arise. So therefore the model should be diversified, not only through overprotection, but also it's important to have various obligations, and it's important to have funds, and we don't want to depend on international overprotectors. So, and this is what Turkey came up to. So international providers, they ask their colleagues, so they are chasing Turks. And in several years, we would like to cover those risks and to save the budget. And this is what we are working on. So, Asil, thank you very much. So that's it for the questions. And I already have this response for my colleagues and what Asil told us. So if the market is not unified, then it is very unlikely that we would reach success. So therefore, I would like to kind of end our panel session. Hopefully, we will have the plenary session. And I would like to thank all the people who are present. And this is my subjective rating. And this is the last question from the representative of the Amanat. And because this was the most high-risk question, and he kind of confessed himself that they have the products against the earthquakes. So therefore, colleagues from Freedom Insurance, please make sure that you do not lose the colleague from Amanat. Please make sure that we've got the insurance from Freedom Insurance. So let's take the group photos. Thank you very much.
Приветствую всех. Я думаю,
Greetings, and I think all the speakers are here, so we can start. So first of all, welcome to this forum. Welcome to the Forum Digital Almaty. And I hope everyone is having a good time, and hopefully the nights that we did not sleep, hopefully this will lead us to something good. And all right, let's start. So allow me to present our speakers who are with us. So Mr. Pavel Vinitsky, and he is the founder of Synexis.io. So Mr. Pavel, so Mr. Samantai Kasyanov, I should say, the director of 1S Bittrex Kazakhstan. So Dana Nursultanovna, she's the CEO of Geometry, and Andrei Nizamov, he's a head of the Center of AI of Sberbank. Mr. Yergali Markaev, he's a technical director of Kazakh Engineering Limited Liability Partnership, and Mr. Dmitry Kursanov, and director of ANSYS Business, and Mr. Yertai Murtanov, he is a deputy CEO of Freedom Horizon. And as of today, speaking of this artificial intelligence and robotization, and this changes the world, and it's important to adapt fast, and it's important to implement and to integrate new solutions. And therefore, I would like to ask every speaker so if they could share their experience on introducing the new technologies in a field, and therefore I would like to give the floor to Pavel Vinitsky, and I would like to give the floor to Pavel Vinitsky, and hopefully this will be interesting for everyone. So the clicker, so if Katerina could give us clicker, so ask clicker. Good day, everyone. I would like to ask you, and thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation. My name is Pavel Vinitsky. I'm the founder of Synexis, and the topic I wanted to share with you, this is the role of intellectual property and transparency for success of the startup. And I'm also a serial entrepreneur for 20 years, and I've been working with the startups, and I work in various directions. And after having done more than 200 interviews with investors, with stakeholders, and with founders, I noticed the number of things that do not work well when it comes to startups and when it comes to investors' ecosystem. And first of all, this is the problem with the relationships among co-founders and that nuance and how their commitment changed. And as far as the work is concerned and as far as the educational component is concerned. And second of all, this problem has to do with intellectual property. So either the lack of regulation for intellectual properties, or they do not do that at all, given to various factors. And that leads us to the arisals of the new competitors, and something might happen with intellectual properties of the company. And the third point is the lack of management when it comes to interacting with stakeholders and with investors. And this leads us to the situation whereby investors, they do not know what's happening in the company, and if companies problems arise, it's too late to solve them. And once I did my research, I started gathering the data, and 90% of investors, they are talking about the fact that they do not understand what's going on inside of the startup. And more than 90% of startups, they get corrupted and they do not reach success due to the factors that I voiced, and the relationships between co-founders is key. And everything happens in the moment whereby we see this dump, and the amount of venture investments dropped 3 times. So right now we are at the level of 2020, and the number of transactions went down. So both at early stages and at late stages. And this is given the fact that the main ecosystem that are situated in North America, Asia, in Europe, and especially in North America, when it comes to legal matters and when it comes to intellectual properties, those issues are particularly important. And as a result, the topic that I wanted to raise today, I wanted to talk about transparency and intellectual property and the way they impact the development of the startup and how the capital can be attracted. And when we say attraction of capital, the main issue for investors is to realize what's happening within the company. So when we say that the company should be transparent, what are we doing this for? Investors are making the money, so they should kind of estimate the risks and make money for their startups. And startups, they wanted to have enough money for their development and to scale up their activity. So the goals are intersecting, but the understanding is different. And when we ask investors, they would respond that they would need to see a strong team, they would need to see the product, and the product is an intellectual property. So for the most part, the startups are tech startups and the markets where this can be implemented. And when we say what team is all about, so the team is all about involving all the teams. They want to have the team that is 100% involved, and they would be able to implement the project that was thought from the very beginning. But as we see the statistics and the system that we have, maybe the system, this is not working as good as we want it to work, and therefore this adequate distribution of equity based on the fact who invested what at what time in the past. And the point is how one can go about measuring everyone's contribution. And the second point, that in every startup, so we do have contractors, we do have freelancer, and the question is, so how many startuppers do we have in the house? So please raise your hands. So whoever remotely has to do with startups, and the question is whether or not you give the intellectual property to the company, and is it true that the company possesses the intellectual property? And when we talk intellectual properties, we're talking about various aspects, and according to the research, and the companies that are specialized on intellectual properties, they make more money in the long term because they are more stable and they have less competitors. And when we say intellectual property, so this is in and of itself is a different topic. So it has to do with copywriting, it has to do with corporate law and trade secrets, and all those aspects should be transferred accurately to the company at every stage of its development. And when speaking of technologies, and especially when working with blockchain technologies, and especially when working with AI, I realized that this can be done, and this can be done when creating a system that would allow us to simplify many aspects, and this would allow us to have the situation whereby many startups reached good results. So we would like to have this new model on the way the equity is distributed based on the way the founders are involved in the company, and we help to simplify the legal costs, especially when it comes to creating documents and especially in matters related to intellectual property protection. So we make sure that those ideas work. We can protect not only copyrights, but so far this can be only done via lawyers. And the way we work, so we also provide tools so the companies could defend sensitive information, and we release a great deal of pain when it comes to communication, when it comes to reporting, and this way investors might be able to find companies that are more stable and that might generate more money in the future. So we do have a strong team, we do not have an awful lot of time, and we do have partners in our developments, and the most important thing that we do have a mission, and we would also increase the percentage of startups that survive, and this is how we would be able to help investors to work in a way that they are able to have return on their investment. So we have already launched our activity. So in case you're interested in find out more, we are interested in partnerships with accelerators, with incubators. We would like to invite everyone. We would like to invite investors, so you would be able to kind of work based on our models. And we hope that every startup would become more successful and every startup would be able to reach their goals. So Pavel, thank you very much for the presentation. So I think this is a very relevant solution, and I think what you should do, I think a good way would be to interact with our technopark. So we do have many residents, and every year new startups arise, and I think your solution would allow us to especially to our technological system to work in a stable manner. So we planned workshop in the upcoming month. So thank you very much. And the next speaker and the expert in the field of technology. So Mr. Samartai Kasenov, he will talk about smart competition in Kazakhstan. So how modern technologies and smart competition define success in Kazakhstan. So Samartai, please, the floor is yours. So can everyone hear me? Yes. What we do right now in Kazakhstan, so I think it's too early to talk about the smart competition because we need to come up with the regular competition, and we should kind of have the commitments of our own, and especially when we compete, thanks to the fact that we use technologies and because we make decisions. And it's important that we make data-driven decisions, not based on our intuition. And technologies are accessible to everyone. And I think computer capacities, everything is developed to, everything is available to everyone. And thanks to that, we do not have to have many people, and we can be far more effective. But in order to do that, one should realize what's happening on the market and what is happening to your client and what is happening within your company, and therefore business processes should be aligned. And therefore us, as everyone else, and we are yes, very keen on artificial intelligence. Everyone knows what ChatGPT is, and based on the large language models, based on many parameters, we're able to do the text, and the most important product is ChatGPT. And we do have the research of British colleague and US colleague, and the research shows that workers are 43% more efficient. So this is the figure, and no manager can ignore that. And our task is to figure out how can we use that for our thing. And this is the QR code. If someone is interested, you can read it later. And yes, I think it is clear that artificial intelligence is used for the most part in intellectual work, when it comes to writing text, when it comes to writing essays on creating content. And who played around with artificial intelligence? Please raise your hands. I think everyone. And who has this artificial intelligence as part of their business process, and who uses this every day? So 1 to 10. And what we say that this introducing this neural network in our business processes. So what had to happen? So ChatGPT came about in 2018. ChatGPT used to be able to write simple sentences, and then ChatGPT developed further. ChatGPT started developing, and we have 100 parameters, and in 2022 we had to deal with the hype, and the technology in itself did not change. However, the hype was rather huge, and the ChatGPT, I think it took only 5 days to reach 1 million users, and not a single service before that was able to do that. So 100 million, so it took only 2 months. So this is a record figure. And what changed? The technology did not change. I think interface and the way interaction is structured changed, and they added the chat into GPT. And right now you can just use regular language, and you can ask pretty much anything. What neuron is, and the system gives you an answer.
Он тебе объясняет. И вот этот
And then it explains very quickly, very shortly. That's a turning point when you can talk to a AI as like a person. So how can you integrate this into your businesses? So we need technologies, we need interface, and we need scenario. A simple scenario that could help overcome the barrier of uncertainty and distrust. So we built on Bittrex this interface, Bittrex 24. It's a big combine of instruments that helps the companies to be efficient, to work efficiently. So they are divided into blocks. Combined work, it's the chat, videos, calls, then goals, then blocks, the CRM block. You can make a site, store, contact center, and then we added Copilot AI in Bittrex 24. It's integrated with all the blocks. So let's look at what kind of scenarios we have with artificial intelligence. The first one is the chat, the obvious one. So please offer 5 advertising companies for furniture. Please, can you clarify the third and fifth one in more detail? So let's write the checklist for its implementation, number 5. Great. That's a very simple and very clear scenario. We don't have understanding of how to do it. So we asked the artificial intelligence, and the AI gave some options. So through consecutive operations, we were able to get this checklist. So we know how to do it. We have a very visual, very vivid scenario. So let's move on. So Copilot can change the text, it can correct mistakes, it can point out advantages, disadvantages, it can really help you. And next. So it's a thread. You can ask the AI to write a post. Of course, okay, it wrote a post, then we can ask to make sure that this post can be broken down into several points, so you're saving lots of time. And there are some ready-made buttons. So first, it's to point out the most important things, and to praise, because sometimes we need to praise people. And there is an AI that can offer some creative material. And when I write text, usually it's just a wall of text, 500 paragraphs. So at the beginning of the test, I write most important things, and then Copilot finishes it. Copilot helps in setting tasks. Of course, the more clearly you explain, the higher the chance that it can do it better. So we asked the AI to set the task and then to make a checklist. So the probability that the task will be achieved and on time will be higher. And we spend a lot less time, a lot less nerves than usual. It's a very vivid example of how it can be used. But the biggest magic is CRM. CRM in Bittrex 24, it's one of the most in-demand functions. I will show you the video, but we cut it so that you can see the point of it. So that's the incoming call. Hello, dear furniture store. We need this and that. I need a corner. We looked at the green one. So the message is recorded. AI makes the summary of it, and then it fills out the application or request. In classic scenario, there's a salesperson, listens to it, then makes the summary of it, and the AI, compared to people, is more efficient, more effective, and is cheaper. It can do it. And you can spend a lot less time for that. So it's just a very simple scenario. Usually directors and the managers, they really understand it, they see it. But a lot of people get negative experience with GPT. Just like any new technology, you need to learn how to work with it. Of course, in Bittrex, we have the buttons that allow you to overcome these barriers, but if you need to get the maximum from GPT, if you want to be more effective, you need to learn to work with it. there are several steps to get what you want, to get prompt. So we have a guide how to work with Copilot with GPT. Prompt, it's the key to getting benefit from GPT. So it's important skill for future employees. In Bittrex 24, we are learning ourselves and we exchange our opinions. So he said that he needed to write an article for the website on how CRM is used in communal services. So he asked to do it in a certain style because he's a marketer. He said that AI should make a key tags, keywords for SEO. And so he thought about it, and we were just editing it for 10 minutes, and you can see that it's rated at more than 5. It's a very vivid scenario. It's really helpful. And of course, there's a lot of hype around the AI, that AI will take over us, but there will be a machine invasion. But we think that artificial intelligence in a while will be integrated in all the companies. It will change the working processes. It will change the way companies work internally, and then the hiring process will be changed. So only the people that can work with GPT will be hired. But for employees, it's like a framework. The AI will help to be more creative and to delegate some of the tasks, because we believe that people will demand that AI helps them in their companies. If not, they will buy them themselves. And a few days ago, there was a case when a guy used artificial intelligence and he found a wife. AI went to dating websites, was looking for the right candidate, was talking to candidates, to girls, and then he chose some pool, and he was talking to them, and then he's getting married. So that's how AI can be used. And we think that people and the companies will not be able to work without the AI, just like we cannot work without computers or the internet right now. And the fears that unemployment rate will be higher, but I think these fears, they're baseless. The working process will be changed, will be adapted, will be more efficient, more effective in this process. And we always say that not Copilot will not replace you. It will be people who can work with Copilot. And I really wish that you learn how to use this in the future. Samantha, thank you very much. As an active user of I really agree that you increase the efficiency by 43%. Bittrex 24 is actively used in our state management. I think all these instruments will be available to us, and maybe you can develop a function to make sure that the reports can be formed without us, budgets, yes. In this prompt engineering course, I think it's a very relevant topic. And through these instruments, we'll be able to raise the awareness, and prompt engineering will be more widespread among the people. Thank you. Also, I'd like to apologize to all the speakers, to all the audience. I think it's a big idea to set the moderator as a person who didn't sleep the whole night. Maybe I will miss something. So I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker, Dana Nursultanova, CEO and co-founder of Geometry. She will share her experience of working at the Geometry. She will talk about the Industry 4.0 and her successful cases. So very, very topical thing. Hello, everybody. Thank you, colleagues, for your invitation. hopefully we can be a very efficient and effective digital Almaty. I'm the founder of the geometry company. We're doing analytical analysis of visual data. We build situational centers. We have realized more than 150 projects for 12 industries. Most of these are industrial companies. Speaking of the goals of the Industry 4.0, the goal of the Industry 4.0 is aimed at providing in real time information on the production of products, operations, processes, and integration of this information in the form of visualization and management board. So Industry 4.0, one of the main principles of it is the support of decision making. So they provide information to make decisions, to make effective decisions based on the data using these visual dashboards. So that's the way of visualization, realization of the BI projects, where you can see different systems that are built on industrial or other factories. As usual, these databases, they're not filtered, they're not clean, not normalized. And integrating this system, you have some warehouses of data where the cleaning and filtering process happens, normalization process, when the data gets an intellect and they use analytical data. You can analyze it, you can visualize it, and you can use it in different dashboards. As of today, you can interconnect it to the most systems. So if the first, second, and the third industrial revolutions, they were aimed at developing technologies, Industry 4.0, it is aimed at integrating of all these systems, information systems, into one system, into one platform of analytical data. That's what this system covers. The first block is the unified data storage. So it's different processes that represent the analytical pool of information for decision making. So the role of BI in industrial factories. As a BI company, we understand that the manufacturing companies, they have different level of maturity. There are companies that are at higher positions and they're more experienced. There are companies that were not digitalized fully, and for them, in introduction of BI systems, there's an obstacle as the lack of informational systems. But as of today, the implementation of analysis data systems, it's not a competitive edge. If companies want to have leading positions in the market, so we highly suggest that you parallel this process and implement them in certain areas. Then a question arises, how to integrate it, how to implement the analysis of data. You have to put it on certain business process, then you spread it further to other processes. Then you need to take BI analytics to outsource. It's a simple option where when the team during the whole period will realize the tasks, or you can get your own in-house BI team We understand that trades are moving towards in-house teams, and you have to adapt services. So you will outsource some, and you will have an in-house BI team. So you'll have the onboarding and training. So together, both teams will be working together with the further assistance along the way. I'll speak shortly about the cases that were completed by us. So Shinline, it's the accounting of equipment. BI system consolidated data from four equipment that was not accounted properly. So they optimized their operational expenses. So then Kazakhstan, they also integrated their ETL system. They streamlined the collection of data from 3 different factories to build analytics for the production of phosphate. Company is actively expanding their product range. So Katon company, it's the factory for the development of gas blocks. Also, they implemented BI. The company is not as big and not everything was digitalized. So they have 4 blocks from 3 different factories. Also, the car manufacturing companies where they're actively implementing these analytics. One of our companies, it's Allure. Their top management set a task to collect information in terms of cars and then regarding the sales in dealership centers. By transferring their responsibilities, they were able to build their in-house BI team, to which we are very happy. We have different car manufacturing companies. Some car group, they choose the way of data outsource, and they are making step by step. KMG Engineering, they have around 20 dashboards and 10 business processes. They've realized and implemented their in-house BI team, and they're actively developing their BI infrastructure. And in conclusion, I want to say that Industry 4.0, it's a symbiosis of business, society, of people, informational system into one structure. And if you can link up BI with your processes, you can achieve lots of results, lots of targets. You can find out my contacts on the screen, so I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. And at the entrance, you also can find information about the company. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Donna. So what you're doing is really important. These solutions make the industrial industries and production industry, and they really help them. They help them reinvent this approach and to prioritize digitalization over other processes.
That's it. Therefore, this is the way to go. Eco Garden. Hopefully, this will serve you along the way. And next speaker, Mr. Andrei Neznamov, and he will talk. He will talk about managing, and he'll be talking about application of AI in the banking sphere, and he will kind of share his views. So, good day, dear friends, and I'll be frank. So my intervention will be kind of different in the sense that the Sberbank, it's also a digital project, but it finds itself at a different stage. And as far as the maturity index is concerned, so for the most part, some of the processes and in our ecosystem is based on artificial intelligence, and we are making a great deal based on that. And I just thought, if I were to talk about Sber, I think this will be a long conversation. So in case you've got any questions, we can do that later. And I would like to talk about the aspect, and we do not talk about it very often. And in recent times, however, it is becoming the main topic, and this applies to every one of us. And we are also digital product one way or another, and how we'll be managing artificial intelligence. And I wanted to ask you to take a look at the screen, and where should I be pointing with my clicker? And for those of you who know the right answers, please support me, and those of you who do not know me, so what is drawn here? So your opinion? So a person is kind of accelerating the car. So a person, so autopilot. So autopilot, just say that a bit louder. So the street lights. So this is, everything is kind of close. So this is one of the manifestation of the least good law of the humankind. So at the beginning, people were very afraid of the vehicles, and British Parliament adopted a law according to which in front of every car, so we were supposed to have a person who would walk in front of the car. And this law really killed the automobile industry, and for 30 years that industry did not develop at all. And this is the illustration of the fact that it is hard, how hard it might be to regulate new technologies. And I think we all used vehicles one way or another, and just 100 years ago this was something new. And in Great Britain, I think I showed you how the regulating went. And in Germany, in Russia, we had an easier way to regulate this. And therefore, we've got the companies with the impressive history. And with the United States, we see many cars, and people would drive without rules. People would drive drunk, and we did not have any street lights, any traffic lights, and therefore the streets, the newspapers were kind of urging to ban vehicles. And in 20th century, we saw similar problems. And planes, I think everyone flew on a plane at least once, and who would go up with knowing that there are no rules. So there are always several brave individuals, so well done. And the very flight and the rules, we came up with the rules only by the mid of 20th century. So when with nuclear weapons, you know when it was applied. However, the document was adopted only in 1968. And human cloning and this DNA technology, it used to develop very actively in the 60s, in the 70s. However, the document that would kind of ban this usage of DNA, this was adopted only in 2005. And people did not appear people out of the tube, because thanks to the fact that the scientists made a deal, and they decided not to develop this technology for commercial purposes. So this is something, so we would understand where we stand right now. So we are in the process of developing new technologies, and humankind does not know how to go about it. And this whole managing artificial intelligence, and I would like to talk about that today, and this has become the element of the race. And as you know, there are two leaders, China and United States, and everyone else chases them. And we've got two world indices, and at least two subsections are devoted to the regulation. So what would be the way to regulate artificial intelligence? And we came up with the research, and we did study 35 countries in the world, and we have this division. And it is true that the world is divided into several groups, and in the middle you see the leaders, so China and and the United States. So on one hand, they have the strategies, and then they came up with the recommendations, and then they've got the ethical principles, and then they regulate it. So in several countries, in several cities in the United States, we cannot use artificial intelligence when hiring. Why? Because of the discrimination. And in police activities, why? Because of the discrimination. And China is basically following the same path. And at this part of the screen, we see countries that are shifting towards banning. So we all know what laws are in Europe. So many countries think that this is a good example to follow. And we must realize that Europe is adopting this law not because they have the best of circumstances. So I used to be a part of the group on European consultations, and I had an opportunity to speak to the author with such regulations. So in Europe, there is almost no artificial intelligence, and you can name Mistral AI, but there are no other companies. And this is how Europeans cope with the external impact, and those who will grow with the standards in Europe. So first of all with GDPR, and then with AI, and other countries that chases leaders in that part of the screens, they are coming up with various features, such as in Japan, we can use artificial intelligence, and we can have artificial intelligence access to all intellectual property goods. And Korea created the best legal environment for robots, and UK is developing through the sandboxes, and India and Israel said that we will not be adopting anything when it comes to regulating AI. And this is also a very interesting case. So just take a look that every country tries to create its unique story. And I'll just say one word about Russia, as in this slide. And we are also working very actively in markets in matters related to regulations. So we are on the second place when it comes to law on artificial intelligence, and I take credit for that. And not a single law kind of restricts the development of AI, and we are preparing the index of regulating, and you can take a look at this barcode, and we are occupying the 5th position. And yes, I'm sorry, let's go back. And the main idea based on which we have this regulations, and I think this will be the key message of my intervention, and the most important thing is that before any legislation, we need to have the soft law, ethics, and some recommendations from the state. And in Russia, such soft power does exist as a national code on AI, and this code has been around for 3 years. So we have more than 300 people who signed up for this, and also 26 international participants, and so more than 20 countries in the world are a part of this code. So this code is not purely that of Russian Federation, and starting from 2024, this is a part of international regulation that regulates. So this is, I would say, the countries of Global South, and this is how we regulate this ethical realm of the new technologies, and how come countries join to us. So this is not just a piece of paper. We have the community of AI officers. So those are ethic officers. So in other words, those are the workers that deal with matters related to AI, and those are people, and they represent the window of opportunity for key technologies, not only that has to do with ethics. And this is a very positive example, and it's not a political history, and we do have the community of developers, and we have a large chat, and they are discussing something, and they are discussing some problems, and this is a good experience, and this is what we've been discussing with our colleagues, and this experience has proven to be a very valuable one. And if you're thinking in this direction, we would be very happy to share this experience with you. So we do have the National Commission on Ethics, and we deal with various ethical and non-ethical cases, and especially interaction with the state. And I will give you some examples. So we had this regulation on recommendation-based services, and we advised Commission not to adopt it, and instead of that, we decided to give that set of rules and to view that from ethical point of view. And the state said yes, and Parliament adopted that partially as well. And our main regulation is ethics, and this is a great case for both for the countries and for business. And we do have also case for healthcare sector, for banking activities, and that list is still expanding. And I would like to end my intervention, and I think this topic is highly specialized, and I think it is worth talking about these matters. And also we come up with the proposals. And first of all, if we do have experts in this sphere, or if we do have legal experts, there is a part that is devoted in regulating new technologies in Kazakhstan. And for us, it would be good if someone could help to figure out whether or not that material was represented accurately and maybe add to that. So it will be our pleasure. So that research is available in 3 languages. If someone is more comfortable with Chinese or with English, no problems. And we will be happy to trade documents, and we adopted a great deal. And I also am an author of several documents. In case you are interested in that, we would be very happy. And we also are the chairman of the BRICS countries, and we would be happy to see a Kazakhstan, if Kazakhstan joins this code, and also the so-called friendly countries, and also the members of Alliance of Artificial Intelligence, and we hope to create that alliance as well. And in case something that I was talking about, if this is interesting for you, and if you're interested to find out what Sberbank is doing, we're always open. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrei. And I would like to make a couple of comments as far as interaction is concerned. And the Ministry of Digital Development, we stand by you. And tomorrow we will have a plenary session with prime ministers. And I think this proposal will be voiced at the highest level of our country. And speaking of features that you have shown in various countries, and we do have the feature of our own. So we have this big data lane, and we are working on regulatory matters, and we want to provide this data for business in a very depersonalized way. And we hope that this would serve as a business model for various business cases. We hope that this will be useful, and this will be an impulse for AI development in the industry. So we welcome that interaction with you. So thank you. And we will give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Dmitry Lvovich Kursanov, and he will talk about the way company and NSYS, the company, how it helps to modulate various technological processes. So, Dmitry, the floor is yours. Thank you. You know, when I was preparing for this presentation, and our company, we've been on the market for over 50 years, and we do have the case of a successful transformation, and this is a good thing, and we can talk about it, me and my colleague. But then I had this thought that our company, NSYS, and we are one of the major developers of software, and we are in and of itself a good example of this digital transformation, because no one knew that back in the 70s when John Spencer, when he was working in Eisenhausen, and this code was not adopted as a potential code, and they also created an independent structure. And in the last 50 years, the company become a provider for various solutions in various fields. And this can be applied into any companies. And so more often than not, we start with small activities. So we were figuring out the ability to resist, the ability to cope. And we are starting working in moving in various directions, and we developed the partnership with major suppliers such as Honeywell or Ospentec or SAP, and we were also buying from third parties. And we came to the conclusions, and we think that we reached an important, as we think, result. And today, if I were to talk about these directions and if I were to talk about this innovation, and apart from developing the codes and apart from solutions and apart from geometry, I think we are advanced in several directions, such as parallel computing and artificial intelligence, and our tasks can be indeed unpacked. So this is our ability to use various cloud solutions and cloud engineering and yeah, digital twins. I think our colleague can also talk about this, and also augmented reality. And I think according to the estimates of independent experts, I think the virtual market for augmented reality, I think this volume would be around about $200 billion. And if we talk about world overall, so this is already $1 trillion every year. And if we count everything in dollars, so 6-7%. We're talking about 6-7%. So overall, the world is looking in this very direction. And if we're talking about digital twins, then the most important question is how expensive that is and what it's all about. And I think we do have two main directions. So on one hand, so those are the tasks that are dictated by the users, whether or not those who exploit it or the people who do the project managers or some people who are kind of extracting that from exploitation. And another thing is how this data is generated. So there are very simple structures and there are rather complex structures, and it takes many years to construct them. And when we move from left to right, and the question is what this digitalization gives us. So it gives us an improved culture of production. It increases our ability to integrate various departments that are a part of the development. And this is how we are able to interact with other components, and we are able to create and to use the database for modern materials and augmented reality and the ability to use an integrated program code. And on the other hand, what is it that we would like to see as a result? The predictive analytics, and or it's all about providing some data for services or for other matters, such as the wind farms, where data is collected and when data is sent to the unified center, and then we have an opportunity to analyze it, and then we are able to analyze the ability of the wind farms in the open realm. And if I were to talk about the platform of engineering modeling for oil and gas industry, and what we propose, we suggest solutions for various fields, so upstream, middle stream, and despite the fact that we talk a lot about green economy and we spend a lot of time talking about alternative energy sources, but we must acknowledge that if we were to compare the year 2020 and 2002, so the amount of extraction of minerals increased by 20%. And we know that every energy transition, it requires us a major usage of what was created during the previous stage, meaning that in Kazakhstan, we all know that there are oil deposits, that there are gas deposits, and it is understandable. And in this sense, digitalization can help the republic so that the country would obtain an optimum solutions with lower expenses. And let's say oil extraction. So this is a classical example. So that means we are able to do the complex analysis, and we would be able to predict the erosion of the equipment. And similar task we suggest for other stages, for transporting and for storage and for downstream.
If we talk about the downstream, we can talk about petrochemical or refineries. Today's the operators simulators, they have to be used at each station, and we have to train the personnel how to work with this equipment. But as a matter of fact, the biggest impact we get after launching these expensive stations a little earlier. Imagine if using these digital twins or these simulators, we can launch the stations 5 days earlier than planned. This is crazy money can be saved. It's uncomparable to the costs that we spend in the environmental protection. Once again, equipment is very expensive. That's why we have virtual prototype. We have the sensors when we can integrate everything in one ecosystem. So the modeling in real time, we can make it. I mean, it's really difficult to make it realistic in real time. So these are the biggest companies that we're working with, different companies, US, Europe. We can say that Saudi Arabian companies, where we use our techniques for difficult calculations, where we do tasks for several thousand cores. And of course, this information is quite confidential, but if you're interested, we can share it with you and we can tell you what kind of work we're doing. And as usual, it's really nice to read about the positive comments. It's the decrease of downtime. It's the the speeding of the processes. Thank you very much. Dmitry Ivanovich, thank you very much. I can give some comments. This digitalization of the industry of oil and gas sector, it's a very difficult section, but of course 1% from Nyoker, I think money will be going in the right way, in the right hands. So our next speaker will talk about the practical use of digital development. Thank you very much to the organizers of this forum for giving me the opportunity to speak at this forum and my presentation about using ICs for creating digital twins. So just shortly about our company, Kazakh Engineering. We are the official partner of ANSYS in Kazakhstan, official distributor. We work with the manufacturing companies, Azerbaijan, Armenia. Our company also does consulting in industrial engineering, and also we do technical assistance in CAE solutions. Our priority fields are car manufacturing, oil and gas, aerospace, and metallurgy, mining. In Kazakhstan, we've been working for 3 years, and many companies have been able to use ANSYS services. You see here some mining companies, some scientific research institutions, some universities, and in the world, we've started using ANSYS. It's from car manufacturers, petrochemical companies, pharmaceuticals. You can see that ANSYS is being used everywhere where you have innovative prioritization, and you can see that the ANSYS instruments are being used. So this is the main portfolio of the instruments, the wide range of use from mechanical calculations to hydro, gas dynamics. All the areas related to physics can be modeled using ANSYS. So let me tell you how the idea of digital twin developed. So right now, the market is very competitive. So to make sure that we can market this product, we need to do it very quickly. And Kair Solutions come to help, come to the rescue. So in the 80s, we were designing. Then for 5-8 years, we were testing the equipment. We were doing experiments, and then after that, we got some result, and then we got certification. Right now, we don't have time for these big tests because competitor can be ahead of us and we can lose the client. So we have longer design phases, but the experiments, the testing design phase really shrinks, and we're able to save lots of costs on development of some new equipment. So we need to tell you how we get to this digital twin. There's a digital model. First of all, digital model is a 3D model in AutoCAD or some instrument like a mock-up, digital mock-up. Then if we add some physical properties to this mock-up, to this model, material, some specific characteristics, how it's going to act, then it will be a digital prototype. Then we can do this based on ANSYS. And digital twin is a digital prototype connected with the sensors in real time. So how do we do this? Then, for example, we developed some device, then we connect sensors to it. This is through the IoT, and then we get data, and this data is uploaded to the server. On the server, we have digital model that copies the real product, real device, and then based on that, based on this prototype, we can gather data and pool the data to see how the product is acting in real time. I can show you on real example. So here you can see a very primitive type of digital twin. One of the biggest examples is the company Schlumberger, that they are using digital twins in underground pumps, because underground pumps, they are at a very big depth, and to maintain this pump you need big costs to stop production, to pull it out. So they came to a conclusion that they need the digital twin. So they attach sensors, temperature, vibration sensors, and then the sensors, they send information. The digital twin analyzes what kind of condition the pump is in. If it's working at a max capacity and this equipment suffers some damage or suffers pressure, this twin tells us this equipment has been working at maximum capacity and very soon we need to send it for maintenance. But if it's been working in light condition, then we can say that if we plan maintenance once a year, then we can say let's do it like in year and a half. So it really decreases the maintenance costs and the repairing for very costly equipment. Company Schlumberger, it saves up to $10 million. It tries to avoid unplanned downtime, and it can save up to $1 million for engine maintenance. Vermont company, it's the next company, Austrian company, very big supplier of electricity. So their turbines, the turbines are connected to digital twins, because turbines, they are underground, and it's not always that you get a chance to inspect it. So that's why they have digital twins, and through these digital twins, you can plan the maintenance period. It's to plan the state, and the company saves up to $60,000 an hour by using the digital twin. Also, Phoenix Contact, they are doing the production of electric equipment. When they sell the equipment, they already implement the digital twin. So when the client faces some problem, the developer of the equipment, they already have a digital twin, and they know what kind of problems they may have with this equipment. Next example, Voith Hydro. This is from the energy sector. They use big turbines. So these turbines, they are made of big pieces of metal, лопасем. If these wings break, it leads to big downtime. So on the seams of these engines, they set special sensors, and these sensors can analyze the temperature, the pressure that they have on these paddles, on these fans. That's why they can plan the maintenance schedule. So compressor systems, just like Phoenix system, they are introducing the digital twin system, and then they can predict the lifetime of the equipment. Our company has the capacity and competence to create digital twin and implement digital twin. We can cooperate with manufacturing companies in two directions. We can set up the software based on which we can develop a digital twin, or if you have software, if you have employees, we can train how to do the digital twins, how to implement them, and how also we can share the practical experience, how we implemented this in the past. Also, we can do a turnkey project, and we can develop it and implement the digital twin in your factory. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Gergely, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm sure that we have people here from the oil and gas industry, those who may turn to you. So 1% of the scientific scientific research to you. Please use it. So Big Jean will present his opinion on the IT industry trends, future, and he will tell us what kind of approaches, technological changes we are to expect in the future. Thanks very much, Your Sultan. Hopefully we didn't bore you with the presentations. I would like to thank you for coming here. I'd like to thank the organizers for gathering such a diverse group of people. My presentation today will be a little different because we can talk a lot about what has been done, about what is the current situation. We can talk a lot that we have so many results. Of course, it gives some idea, but we've looked at many companies in the market. We have some experience, and we came to certain conclusions. It's the analytics that I want to share. For some people, it will be typical and banal, but for some, it will give some new knowledge. We have very little time. So what triggers tectonic changes in the world? There was an analysis done there's a certain climate that affects the whole ecosystems, the whole countries. So there's a version that the climate was the reason why the Roman Empire collapsed. It's epidemics. We were the witnesses to COVID changing all the business processes, and maybe it was the trigger. In certain areas, it accelerated digitalization. In some areas, it stopped. As a matter of fact, maybe we didn't need these processes. There are certain changes in faith, Buddhism, Islam, in Stoicism, and but today I would like to talk about the technologies and innovation. As you know, a few days ago in some universities, they said that AI is the fifth stage in cultural and cognitive development of the human beings. So, language came to be in 70 years ago. The writing came to be 6,000 years ago. The computer 70 years ago. Internet 30 years ago. So what we see today in terms of digitalization, in terms of products, culture, so this happened in a very short period of time. So in 30 years, let's talk about finances. It was paper, gold. Now we talk about the digital tenge. This eliminates all the mediators. So it's a tectonic change. And right now, artificial intelligence is the step in understanding what kind of area we are reaching. Right now, I'd like to say that trends of 23, trends of 24, and everybody tries to guess. Let's try to understand what will be irrelevant, will be always relevant. So it's the human behavior. No matter how we change, despite different factors, technology, something else will come up, but the human behavior will always be there. Consumption levels. Everybody has children, nephews, nieces, those who do not make difference between physical world and virtual world. For example, buy some skin in Roblox, buy some toy in Roblox is the same as buying a yogurt, from a shelf. So the physical world could be direct, and virtual world will grow exponentially. Because the kids that were born 5-7 years ago, they've been growing with the informational technologies, and for them it's the essential part. And those that were born in 2022, those that will realize the world around them, for them AI will be essential part already. So innovations will be more and more accepted. But in big companies it will be slower. So the human behavior will resist to it. Earlier you said that we had to blame IT for all the troubles in digitalization because the IT guys were kind of resistant. They were resistant to losing employees, to losing their jobs. So some will agree, some will not, but the human will be trying to stop and hamper some of these processes. For example, in UK, people have now a law that brought back the machine development 30 years back. So I think the human will play a big part. So the rich will become richer, poor will become poorer. And those people who have certain resources, administrative, technical, technological, intellectual, it's the advantage that will grow more and more. To compete with these big companies, it will be difficult. But one thing that we're seeing right now, So game-changing technology that will change the world, they will be present in startups. The predicting capability of algorithms will grow in geometric progression. What Sberbank has done is really great products, and according to several estimations, they are ahead of ChatGPT.
According to certain estimates, and as far as if they will be progressing in a geometrical progression, and this trend will prevail, and in this reality and 5 years ahead, and such an artificial intelligence that would be able to generate the new things, and something that would guide you how to kind of bypass certain barriers. We will reach that level when we are ready from the technological point of view. And speaking of expenses for developing the product, and those expenses would also reduce in geometric progressions. And any company that is working in digital sphere, that every year they will have the same budget. However, the budget that they spend for developing or for creating certain technologies, that budget will be decreasing. So in the past, in order to create the website, it was necessary to learn how to code, and now you simply type into type GPT and everything is ready. Or you can use Wix, or you can use any other constructor. However, the remaining part of the budget, where do you think this would go? So you can, feel free to raise your hand and kind of feel free to come up with ideas. No. So there was an option, the hardware. So do we have any other options? So marketing. Yes, this is correct. Because the companies that will be offering their products, the companies, yes, everything is correct. Yeah, I think you just read the very last point. So it will be hard to kind of get to your target audience because there is so much noise, there is so much information noise. So in a way, one would need to create their unique method simply to kind of to get to one's target audience. Therefore, marketing expenses will be increasing. So therefore, the overall figures, I think the companies would be more or less on the same level. So we might have trends for 2035. Maybe it's too early for us. So we do not realize how close this actually is. However, trends are in a way that the old rules, both in politics and in economics, they stop working. So if we take a look at transnational organizations, so this can be World Bank, this can be UN, etc., and they lose force, and they cannot affect what's happening in the world. So we used to have a pandemic, and the person from private businesses, they provided with the solutions. And what WHO did, so they came up with a set of recommendations, and this was it. So this is good, and this is bad, and that's it. And what's happening also, and so we face new approaches and new technologies and blockchain. So it seemed that blockchain in 2009, and everyone thought that blockchain and Bitcoin, this is basically the same thing, but this was one of the million cases where it can be applied. But maybe the blockchain, when it will be integrated, when it is used at a large scale, so maybe Bitcoin would be able to replace many people, and as part of artificial intelligence, it will be used to manage countries. What do you think? Is it kind of too early to talk about that, or this is already happening? And well, people would stand in the way, but why people started talking about the fact that artificial intelligence will replace people? Because artificial intelligence started replacing white collars. So when artificial intelligence came to the fabrics when not a person but the robot is doing the work. So we've got the robotization. So those are the technologies that we have. So when they started replacing the work, when they started replacing workers, those who receive a little, no one was against. So we are improving our margins, we're able to drop our costs, etc., etc. However, the price for the same very good would go up. So the marginal figures for every company would go up. And when artificial intelligence started threatening the white collars, then people started panicking. And technologies will reach an unprecedented influence, and I think no one would object. And coupled with a given association of countries, especially when this deglobalization is happening. So I think globalization was taking place before 2010, and after that, this trend started kind of going down, and the trigger was the pandemic, and we are now entering the regionalization. So we all know that European Union, so this is the zone with the regulating in a certain part. So they made the deal that they would have the same currency and one tax regulation. So I think we will get to this point. So everyone will have the same rights, and it will be clear how much taxes one is supposed to pay in their countries. And I think blockchain will be a part of that, and artificial intelligence will also be a part of that when it comes to defining the approaches. So what do you think the top 10 directions would be? So here we've got 9 of them. So I think no one knows what's going to be the first one. I think it's due to the fact that how a person can come up with something new, either with artificial intelligence, and I think only then will we realize what the end game is. So I think what artificial intelligence is all about, I think it's very clear. So I think this trend has been around for 2 years. So the space industry, so we're talking about trillions in dollars, and biotechnologies. And I think Elon Musk was talking about that Neuralink is in my brain. So I don't know whether it will add some artificial intelligence or no. So what's going to be happening at the end, it's hard to speculate. So we can be in awe every single day, and startups are raising some crazy amounts of funds. And according to the stats, all right, yes, the financing is dropping in this very industry, that there is a hype and all investors went there. But I think during the last 20 years, all the venture investors, they learned, I mean, not necessarily to think, but to question. So whenever one starts questioning something, then there is an understanding where this market would go. So, Bakia, I'm very sorry. So if you could just summarize. And yes, in reality, I already kind of ended my intervention. So I'll just stay closer to the gist and the successful projects. Successful digital projects, I wanted to say that there is an understanding, there is a geopolitics, there is also macro politics. However, startups are always competing in the local market, and no one is thinking in bigger terms, and no one wants to use technology, and no one, it seems that people are reluctant to partner, and people think that I will be able to solve that. And I think, and this is my recommendation, so what would be the way to reach success in some digital project? It's all about sharing is caring. It's important to collaborate. And I think 2 speakers, they collaborated with one another. And we also have a successful case on digital twins. And I think I will end it right there. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. So thank you very much, Birjan. So unfortunately, we do not have times for Q&A session, but I think viewers will have an opportunity to ask questions on this platform. And overall, what we have talking about, and Bekjan spoke about the future and the solutions that are beyond the production, and hopefully this was useful for everyone. This was interesting, so we'll see you very soon, and yes, many thanks.
Добрый день, как меня слышно?
So, good day. Can everyone hear me well? And good day one more time. And my name is Alexander Velinsky. I will be a moderator. And our today's session is devoted to the transformation. So for the most part, we will be talking about data, about system, and we'll be talking about processes that help us to implement digital transformation. And let's test the clicker. And I represent VK company, and this is a big corporation, and everyone knows about that. And when we talk about VK, we talk about social networks, and we work with 90% of the RUNET, Russian web internet. So VK, it's all about B2B. And it's all about the ability to work with big business. And we also have this VK Tech. And VK Tech provides the whole range of services. And we have also this VK Cloud department. And so we can talk about AWS, but it is provided from VK and VK Cloud. And we provide service, including in Kazakhstan, and we have our own data center in Kazakhstan, in Kaz Cloud, and all the services that are available for Russian, for global clients, everything is available in Kazakhstan locally, and there is a way to kind of pay in local currency according to the law on personal data protection. So let's come back to the way we work with the data and in general. So we will be talking about data, and I worked a lot as data engineer, and I also worked as a data scientist, as data engineer. I was helping to build data center in various companies based on Green Clum and also ClickHouse. And we were using this whole range of technologies. And I also wanted to use the instrument called Spark. And if we talk about digital transformation and if we talk about data, so Spark, this is one of the standard instruments. And what's interesting about this slide is we talk about Spark Kuber. So in the concept and as a trend in this year, the way we work with the data, so this whole transference to Kubernetes, and this is a big trend. And the more and more data scientists and data engineers, and we have more and more processes that have to do with the data, and everything is shifting towards Kuber. And in Kuber, and it's not easy to launch the service in Kuber. And what it's interesting about Cloud Sprout Kuber, and this allows us to use the Spark that everyone is used to work with. However, if you do not know the details, what's the way to work with Kuber, and if you do not know how Kubernetes work, and one receives a redistributed system, and this also allows to realize an important pattern, and such as dividing the storage and compute layers. So we had many conferences in VK, And at this very stage, many clients, they were talking about, and we also spent a lot of time working with the data, and especially when we work with various layers. And in our traditional cluster, we have also data that are stored at the data center, so they play a role of a storage node and compute node. So we are always able to come up with our data, and we're able to kind of address them from Kubernetes. And this is the service that is available from Spark. And what it's needed for, we're able to kind of scale this up independently. And especially if you work with the small amounts of data. And as soon as we start talking about big data, we start thinking about economic efficiency. And this patterns becomes more and more important, because this is the way we can use resources in a more efficient way, whether we're talking about cloud resources or those could be a different type of open resources. And also the topic and the trend, and this I mean, obviously ChatGPT was also a big trend, and us Vika Cloud, we did not want to stay behind, so we were training our open source analog ChatGPT, and we also have a separate topic, so this can be found on Hopper and in general in VK Cloud. And we also have this interesting case, and an interesting thing is that we were able to obtain our analog, and we also used only a small fraction of resources. So we only used one GPU of 140 gigabyte, and we would take the model, and that model was always available for commercial use. So this was also an important part, and this is the part that more often than not people leave out, especially when developing their own chatbot based on LLM. And the point is that not all open source systems are available for commercial use. And as a result of this work, we developed the system, and we developed a system that responds to various questions that have to do with the cloud. And we also have this ability to consult client via Kubernetes. And we also ask our chatbot to talk in greater detail what this team in Kuber does. And we come up with the very detailed instruction. And here I also wanted to talk about this interesting point, and it has to do with LLM system. And if we used the classical system, that means we would not be able to receive this effect, the effect that you see on the screen. And while training our system, we did not teach it how to translate from Russian language into English. So it was also an English LML system. And as it was learning, so the system was able to learn the patterns from Russian into English language, and the system also started to be able to respond questions that were asked in Russian. So the system is able to paraphrase, and the system is able to give the right answer in Russian language. So in reality, so this is an interesting effect. So the more you work with LLM, and the more you find these interesting particularities. And on this, I would like to end my short introduction, and I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Roman Bagdashkin. He is a CEO of Technodom, and he will talk about this in greater detail. So, Roman, the floor is yours. So, good day, dear colleagues, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm an IT person myself, so you can ask, yeah, whatever comes to your mind, even if it's like super complicated, it's super technical. And the presentation that I have, so it's all about the data platform that we started building 2 years back. And we realized that business was changing fast, so we needed to have some figures, something that we would like to see in a real time. So meaning that we would not be able to wait for a long time when making decisions. That's why we started investing, and we came up with the technological stack. We came up with a list of partners, and for a year and a half, we were kind of implementing and introducing all this. And when it comes to us, so our team is not particularly huge, around about 25 people, and they work with data engineers, and we also have this team of ML specialists, and they've been doing this ever since. And therefore, what do we have? And yes, we used to have a monogeneous system, and we used to have a system in our data centers, and we would always have some additional capacity, and this is something that we needed, and it used to work very slowly. And apart from that, we decided to develop the platform of our own, and meaning that we were not able to use the platform when dealing with e-commerce data. Therefore, all right, so this is the architecture that we had. So this is a classical architecture for any enterprise. So we have our data sources. So during the night, we would kind of load them, and we would kind of move that to the layer of data. And only in the morning, and this is the best case scenario, our business departments, they would receive this type of data. Unfortunately, during the night, it not always, ends well. Therefore, they could, in theory, they could receive it on the next day, because let's say during the night we have something that came up, and it takes a long time, and it's hard to to change things, and there is no ability to load data in the real time. So this is the situation that we had. So ML, this is a rather very simple. We used to have the same thing. We used to have the SAP HANA database.
Business warehouse. So it's a business warehouse that we had on premise, and we worked with this data. Sometimes the training for this model took a lot of time, and we made a decision a long time ago to make our models of prediction and recommendation, and it's a very cost-efficient, energy-efficient process. So training for models and testing of the results took a lot of time. So what did we arrive at? Sorry, one slide back. So we moved to new architecture. We choose Amazon Web Service Cloud as the new platform. We built together with Amazon a new architecture, target architecture. We built several layers of architecture. We incorporated CDC, exchange data capture. When every transaction, whenever it happened in the source system, it is reflected in the storage in real time, almost. So all our systems work in CDC. And as a stack, we have a Park, very standard instrument. And we have services for Amazon. For ML, we have SageMaker. And as an end result, we have Redshift. Now we're trying to add a pSloy, and outside system are now working with Amazon without overloading a transactional system. So we're working with the data layers. On the right, we laid out the approximate goals that we wanted to achieve. So this was a kind of technical presentation. I added this slide because what we do from IT side, we do it for some client, for some business. And the technical work is very interesting for the technical guys, but what does the business get from it? As of today, we have a ready-made platform. All our target systems are integrated with them, and the results of our sales we can see in real time. So when we launch some sales special offer, for example, Kaspi Zhuma on Halyk Bank, we can see it in real time, the sales. We can estimate the effects that we make. We can see what's lacking, what's wrong with the assortment. So we have incorporated BI instrument. In parallel with this program, we rolled it out across the company. Each director of the store, each person of the head of the division, they have access to the dashboards. So they can see in all details the performance of their shop, where they're behind, what traffic is there, what hit rate, which categories are down. We also chose BI cloud system, and together with this platform, we launched all of that. And the last project was the HR. It's the stability of HR. So it's seemingly HR is a simple task, but it can be more difficult than even some commercial reports. There's lots of logic related to our document circulation, to our reports, not Technodom, but in CIS, for example. So we've done this for a long time, 5-6 months. So we have all the commercial data, we have digitized logistics, last mile, warehouses. In the warehouses, we see the capacity of shelves, the completeness of shelves, the heat maps. So almost all the areas, starting from marketing to deliveries to shipments, we have filled up our data platform. So it's a project that we created in 2 years. I try to talk about this. If you have any questions, I will gladly answer them. Roman, you've mentioned that your platform was created in SAP, and in my professional career, I've had some projects of migration of SAP to other systems, and it's a difficult process. So how long did it take you to migrate data? The whole project lasted from design of architecture to industrial launch around a year and a half. It included migration from SAP, and actually we finished this migration, I think, in December, because it was very difficult to do these reports. They were created there, and we prioritized them. And some of them were already dying, but we closed the access to them. And from the beginning of this year, SAP is not a very active working system for us. The migration, I think, itself took around, in priority reports and analytical data, it took around 3-4 months, so not a lot of time. Yeah, pretty fast. Would you give an advice to colleagues? Maybe somebody's migrating from SAP to other architecture, to some cloud. So what should they take into account? I would take into account the partners that are willing to support this. VK, Yandex, I am fan of clouds. I think the ground infrastructure is dying out slowly. And for me as a business, I don't see the point investment in data centers. And from 2014, I migrated lots of architectures. I was working at a different company then, to clouds, because I think it's the future. You have dynamic scaling. you are not worried about Cisco routing to wait for 7 months maybe. And you're not worried the companies that provide clouds, VK, Yandex, Amazon, Asian, whoever, they provide guarantee of stability, with SLA, geographical distribution. So it's the future we need to take into account, first of all, the preparation of the specialists. And surely you need some administrators that have to understand what they're doing. If you have some people that are able to work with cloud instruments, and then safety. Lots of people get access to clouds without really understanding what they're clicking, what they're pushing, which buttons. So, and then it might be very hurtful for the company. So I would recommend to do some tests, to do some procedures, to do external audits. We're going through this kind of procedure right now because you cannot catch everything. And outside external audits, they are more about safety, security, hacking, about the finding vulnerability. So I would definitely invest in that. Thank you. Thank you, Roman, for your report. You can see that Roman is adept of switching everything to clouds, and it's very important. It's one of the trends that are important. So this case from migration of SAP to other systems, it's a very difficult one. I'm not saying that SAP is bad. SAP has some cloud systems. They have SAP Analytics Cloud. There are lots of solutions which are very good for business. So I cannot say that SAP is a bad system, but in the configuration that we had, it was not good for us. We're using SAP. Our warehouse management, it works on SAP. Their EVM is great, but in terms of data, for us it's outdated. They have their new project, but we decided to move in a different direction. Thank you once again, Roman. I'd like to give the floor to Ilyas Mustafin, Managing Director of Eurasian Bank. Hello, everyone, colleagues. Thanks, Roman, for your presentation. Well, unlike Roman and his presentation, I think we are in the beginning stages of the evolutionary development, but we are actively using different instruments that I will talk about. We're starting to use clouds actually, so it's a plan for the next year and a half maybe, but we are not far from trends. I think everybody knows about our projects in cryptocurrency. Sorry, I have a slide here. So everybody knows about our launch projects about cryptocurrency and about digital tenge. And you know, it's one of the instruments for digital transformation, but we did not stop there because for us it's the beginning stage. We are experimenting. We switched to a different phase of active development. We are changing the IT model that is participating for businesses, and we're actively working to improve our digital channel. We're reading the comments, and when using our digital channel. We're using the latest innovations, updates, and so on. Right now, we are actively in the active stage of digital transformation. We started migration from monolith to microservices, monolith system. I think it's one of the big nuances of the bank, of big banks, which have been working a lot in the Kazakh market. We have huge process of redesigning of architecture and application. But going back to our discussion, first of all, we're a bank, and our main direction is loans. Making decisions on credits, I think it's the first step. And the key stage in making this decision is the information, the quality of it, and the volume of it. The applicant can provide any type of information to confirm their incomes, their earnings, and to confirm this data from the applicant, we have to automate using the MA instrument. Not in the way as it is done in Raman's company. We're predicting, we are providing information affecting scoring data. It's not the only case where we use an ML instrument. Just like other companies in Kazakhstan for the past year, we have faced an influx of criminal cases, fraud cases. We've been using mechanisms of analysis and products to tackle this problem. And that's not all. We're reading the news, we're reading Hubbard, following the trends. We understand that we have ChatGPT and other models, they're becoming popular. We're doing different pilots. We're doing chatbot, where we launch different data from our database. After the training, chatbot was able to provide some answers and generated them based on the information we uploaded there. So the main area, scope of use, it's the consulting banks of services on products. Also important case is the training of bank. It's the process of adapting new employees, because for them it's easier to solve simple issues using AI, virtual assistant. Also, we're piloting product based on ML. It's the speech recognition technique. But going back to the instruments and methods in data usage, we're trying to be trendy in data governance. And as I said in the beginning, we are in a transition period right now, because the management of data, it's a long process, it's a automation, we need to take some steps. We are building the processes, and at the same time we're looking at the mechanism techniques using training technologies. Due to big growth of projects and data, we had a question about the park of informational equipment, because we have to provide enough infrastructure capacity, so we cannot jump to clouds, because there are some nuances related to privacy of personal data, and we plan to use cloud technology in terms of innovation, in terms of AWS testing of mobile applications. It's at an early stage. We have some bureaucratic things, but we are moving towards it. To sum up, I want to say that My presentation was very general. Was our bank is not standing still. We're developing. We're trying to catch up with the latest trends. We're not always successful, but we're trying to be. And the most valuable thing for us is the trust of the customer by using these latest technologies. We want to improve our products and services to be ahead of our customers' needs. Elias, thank you very much. I have a question for you. You have very interesting experience. You do transformation of a very big company. So what advice would you give to a person in your position? How to do this in the right way? You have to start with the small things. Don't give up when something's not working, because it's going to happen. Never give up. And using the modern instruments, they're becoming more interesting, they're becoming more accessible, and the training quality is improving. Learn the new language and everything else. You mean the language, the programming language, or the spoken language? Yes, because most courses, they are in English. So I thought you were talking about the soft skills. Soft skills, yes, of course they're important. But depending on which positions, which goals you have. Ilyas, thank you very much. Thank you for your experience. Our next speaker, Vyacheslav Kubrikov, the First Credit Bureau.
Good day, everyone. I would like to talk about First Credit Bureau in case someone is not familiar with us. So in Kazakhstan, there are two credit bureaus. So the one is governmental and we are the commercial one. And according to our legislation, the information providers, banks and finance and microcredit organizations, they have an obligation to provide an information only to one credit bureau, and that's not us. However, we still exist, and we exist thanks to the fact that we are have this ability to get providers interested in passing information to us. So they are eager to give information to us. So as of now, we have more than 800 information providers, and they provide the whole range of information, not only the credit one, but also that useful information that we can work with. And First Credit Bureau, we have survived the 3 stages of digital transformation starting from 2004, ever since it was established. And starting from big data, starting from classical big number and storage of information, and providing the credit reports, and also in 2013 we became a business oriented, and we started working with machine learning models. We started working with scorings, and we started having additional services that became more and more interesting for our partners. And starting from 2018 until the year 2023, we would position ourselves as a hub, as a data first company. So we started becoming an IT or project-based company, and we started appealing, and we started working with the data. We learned how to monetize that data, and we learned to come up with the products that are interesting and based on the data that we gathered, based on the analytical data. And we also started launching projects that are also connected with credit history, and we also wrote the biometric platforms and for identification, and we started conquering international markets, international consulting, and we started working in Moldova, in Belarus, and in Kazakhstan. So in other words, we started working abroad, and we are about to celebrate the 20th anniversary, and therefore we have huge plans. So both when it comes to rebranding and also when it comes to changing our strategy. So therefore, we are approaching the new branch, the new stage of our transformation. And very briefly, the way we have transformed. So there are 3 stages of any transformation, and we can talk about any company, and whether it's in fintech company, whether it's an IT company, so we can talk about any company. So people, processes, and technologies. And here, it's important to kind of respect this order. So people, processes, and technologies. So we do have a team, and the team gets trained, and we come up with an expertise. And after that, we come up with the process, and then we move to technologies. We start introducing big data, lake system, and we start providing training, and etc., etc. And this very process, it's also a given. There are also periods, and people learn stuff, people change, and there are people who change, there are people come and go, and there is an expertise, there is a knowledge base, and I think I will not kind of surprise anyone that any process, even if it's maximized, so either it becomes outdated, or so one would need to refactor that, or one would need to exclude that and start all over again. And however technology is any organization, I think they would agree with me. So IT industry is also progressing, and every year we have new stacks and new processes, and both in hardware and in software, and even so we can lift up the languages that we have forgotten many years ago. So I think the trend is that Algo language is back. So this is something that we introduced again, and something that we started using again. So those are the results of our transformations, many products, many services, and there is a whole range of services. So I would like to repeat. So starting from credit bureau, we started working as an IT company. So, and we do anti-fraud, and we have the solution, our unique solution. We started working with medtech companies, and we also work with GovTech companies, QAC, ML system, analytical monitoring, platform-based solutions, and reporting, biometry, collection. So I can keep talking for many hours, so we were not able to fit everything onto one slide. So we do have the so-called white spots, and we will be adding information to that. And also, this will be a part of the new stage of our transformation. So this was the gist. Many thanks. And Vladislav, thank you very much. And as an example of the first credit bureau, so we can start transformation, but it's very hard to end. It's like renovations in the flat. It never ends. And this is a valuable. So this is a valuable lessons for all the listeners. And you also mentioned people, processes, technologies. And can you talk about your stack? And the thing is, yeah, you have the whole range of products, and you work with AI. And what is the basic? What are the main technologies? Yes, sure. I can start with a business, and the main percentage of our business is B2B, and this is in integration with BI, and we are integrate with various ministries, and 95% of our infrastructure is microservices and Golang. So this is our main language on the backend, and we do have the Java, and the thing is, we have to work a lot with GSP, and we are very fond of Swap and Java, so we would need to cope. And the B2C front is not large, so those are React, Vue, and the basis is Microsoft, Postgres. We do have many additional microservices, Mongo, so we do not limit ourselves when it comes to technologies. And so there are rules of the games. And we use various sorts of languages. And when it comes to foundation, so here we do have a data science component, and so this is the stack that we've got. So I think so this is the current stuff that we use, and it's interesting that you mentioned the Kubernetes. So many speakers talk about that, and for our listeners, so those are the trends, and not only has it to do with backend system, it also has to do with data system, and we also have speakers who have higher positions. And from the regular worker's point of view, if you would like to increase your value on the market, that means one would need to go to Kubernetes, and would need to study Kubernetes. So I did not talk about that, but you guessed it right. And I think I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Mayrat Meyrov. So he is a managing director for IT department of KMRF. So good day, everyone. So we do have this introductory information, and I think I would like to talk about the company, and I would like to talk a bit about the reality that we work in. And I would like to talk about our app. So let's go. And KMF, so this is a microfinance organizations, and we've been working for 26 years. We started our operations in Taldykurgan, and as of today, we are the leaders in NGO sector, and we stand for macro financing, and so this is all the foundation of our micro business, and round about 45%. So it's all about providing credits to the business, and when it comes to our clients, so in case our clients need something, in case they need financing, and we also have 260 active clients, and those who have the active credit line, and we started with $100. So this was the medium check, and so the people would start their business. And as of today, so the average payment is 1 million tenge. And if I were to talk about digital transformation, we always think, and we should always keep in mind, that digital transformation is impossible without people. So as colleagues already pointed out, so people is something fundamental. So first and foremost, it's all about having a good team. So, and it's always a challenge whenever you need to find people who are eager to change, and people who can work and who can change their attitude, and who can change their attitude while also applying digital technologies. And we have a large team, more than 2,000 people, and we have more than 700 personal managers. And how come we have highlight that particular number? So people, they are not in the office, so they are situated where the business of our client is. And when working with our clients, so they come up with with some sort of business plans, and they do the monitoring, and they come up with pieces of advice. So in other words, they act as business consultants. So we are present in 120 cities, but in reality, our managers, they go to various cities in Kazakhstan. So they go to places where our client is. So not necessarily to the big cities, they go to the smaller villages, they go to various bazaars where our sector is represented and where our micro business is. And we have a large IT team, and we have more than 150 persons, and we try to gather them, and we have this transformation program. And before that, we used to have many solutions of our own, and right now we are, basically step by step, we are introducing this, we are basically, preparing this base, and we are, trying to transform. And how come we're doing this? Well, the most important thing is to have people who would be able to do so, and it's only thanks to them we have this transformation in our company. And second of all, it's an IT infrastructure, so both hardware and software. So as of today, and if I were to talk about AI ML, so as far as machine learning is concerned, so we've been experimenting with various directions, and something that is not directly affects our infrastructure, and something that allows us to experiment with various variations. And we work a lot with our Kazakhstani startups. We do have a developed startup community, and meaning that in reality, all the functional that we meet, so on average in Kazakhstan, and if I were to talk about directions, and we do have AI ML as far as automation of our contact centers, so those are chat bots, so those are calling bots, and so there is a way to to call people, and we do have an ability to work with various samples, especially when having a client base. And it's all about also applying, and it's all about predicting the credit portfolio, and we're also able to predict the reserves. And our specialists with data analyzers, they work on various predictive models, and they try to look for optimization, they look for solutions for insight, and those solutions allow us to maintain our expenses or to come up with some strategic changes. And speaking of our standard thing, and if I were to mention about, if I were to talk about standard procedures, so we've got this crediting, so this is very popular, and I think that basically there are no companies that do not use various models, or they might also use some additional sources, and they also have various score models such as BKB, and based on that they also use the machine learning, and something that already was accumulated in Kazakhstan both for credit activity, and also the same applies for data, and especially for mobile operations for their clients, and also including the so-called the average payment figure. So when it comes to the key checks. So overall, so this is the standard package, and I think not everyone has that, and I think so this is the regime, and what are we looking at? And I think for us this would be important, and I think this would be a good proof, and we have the real-time marketing, and all our infrastructure is based in a way that we're able to work with the data. I mean, not necessarily real time, but this is very close to real time. So this is not providing the reports at the end of the day during the night. So it's all about receiving data. It's all about tracking the events that are close to the point where events were taking place. So basically working on the model that would allow us to improve the way we work with the clients. And so it's basically the real-time marketing. So the second directions is all about providing the report, and I think this is a great opportunity. So as far as the culture of consuming information is concerned. So in other words, so it's kind of hard to get a person immersed into the paradigm where a person in their paradigm when they use the data, and especially so this is all about providing reports with AI tools, and I think this is the the tool that would allow us the data consumption, and we would have this concept, and we would kind of develop further this making decisions based on data. So when one does not have to wait until the analyst would be able to come up with the report. So when based on the request, when in a very simple way, using text, you simply did interact with AI and you received all the necessary information and something that would give you an optimal point for making the decision or what one needs to do in order to move further, if I were to talk about managers. And the third directions where we see this usefulness of AI, it's all about improving the productivity, and we all see that. And I think it's no secret. I think even children in schools, in order to create presentations, I think they use AI tools, and they basically save a lot of time, and they do not have to spend a lot of time kind of looking for things. I see that, and I think everyone sees that. And right now we do have many instruments, and in every regard and in every specializations, they would be able to kind of increase the productivity. And we see that, and we try to look for points where this can be relevant and how this can help us to increase our productivity.
We're not talking about the reduction of personnel. We're saying that we can give an instrument to our people and they will be stronger multiple times. And the fourth, very conceptual thing, it's a autonomous agent. So the basis is that we have personal managers who consult our clients. And in different aspects, in different directions, it can be, for example, making cash flow BU, making some prediction forecast. If he wants to plant something, he wants to get a return in 6 months, we consulting him specifically on how it's going, what it's going to cost him. In this direction, I think by looking at the development of the AI instruments, we see a very strong point where we can develop it. Even right now, I was at the hackathon and Incitec. In 1 hour, they integrated ChatGPT. They trained all the employees, and in the morning, they got the chatbot that consults in details on all the products of the company. So that's what guys can do in one night. I think we can really develop in this direction. And I think we can improve our results in there. I will not go into details on this. It's a very technical side. This is the basic framework of data and analytics, what we do in the company. So just shortly, so we have the sources of data, we have the points of migration of data, ELT, CGC, then storage, then request and claim processing. If you look at competent specialists, all these schemes are very familiar. So I can comment on the following. When we talk about building the infrastructure and switching to a very serious data work, to then switching to AI, ML ops, it's really important to remember that we need to build the right flow of data movement. We need to build data catalogs. We need to understand where we got this data from, to have one sort of truth. In financial companies and in other companies, one of the key areas If we talk about the data, one of the key things is the data about our clients. For us, one of the first directions that we worked on, it's the customer data platform, where we try to build, based on the group of instruments, some event models and ACDC instruments, Kafka, data grids. We have the consequence storage analytical databases as a click houses and such. So all of that, it's a big stack of technologies, and it always requires to learn every day, to test every day, to search for new solutions, to search for optimal solutions. And we need to still to remember that we need to document all of that and build the connectivity between different groups of specialists who to understand who's responsible for what and who does what. I think that's briefly it. Very interesting architectural grid. You have the feature stores, and not everybody has feature store. You have return ETL. You have GPT. It's a very modern instrument. When you chose it, why did you choose it? When we were looking at GPT, we wanted to have an open source instrument. Then we are using it to move the data inside the databases, inside the grids. So, and it really helps us to build lineage between those, to understand where the data came from. That's why one of the most important components for us was in the DBT. And once again, when I worked as a data engineer, it was very often problem. The lineage of data is very important. We had some mistakes, and then it was hard to track this if you have a complex pipeline, especially when number of features starts to grow, and it will definitely grow, because when people get into that habit, it increases, and especially when data scientists are engaged with their everyday checking of hypotheses of different models. So it's an inevitable fact. And Marat, thank you very much for your experience, for your expertise, and very modern architectural grid that could be used as a role example. Next speaker, Peripilov Alexander, Technical Director of Gas Cloud. I want to talk about the iCloud as a infrastructural provider. Gas Cloud, it was created as a product for business, so it's IT for IT. So why am I talking about this? Why I'm glad to be among these people. I've been in the IT business for more than 20 years, so I'm actively learning. I have some ideas, and we have certification at Amazon. I've been learning about migration from Amazon. I've been learning about products, and I was a good SQL coder, programmer, so I know how we can use it. So the company is of big interest to me. So Gas Cloud was created as the idea 6-7 years ago. McKinsey said the market is going to cloud, so without clouds it would be difficult. So let's create Europe. In 2017, based on the Gas Cloud, we created the first Kazakh cloud that we started to migrate of big companies' business. First of all was Samur Kazana. still company has the startup features, and we're trying to do not a process activity but a project activity. So for the past 6 years, each year we've had one or two big projects. Speaking of 2019, we started a project related to Operational Center of Informational Security. And we were the second one to get the license to do this activity. Our center is one of the biggest in Central Asia, and we provide services to Eastern Europe country, and it's not even CIS. So in 2020, we thought that as a infrastructural provider, it's good, but without our own. So we've opened our center of data processing, and right now company has cloud services to improve the practices in 3 data processing center. So from 100 kilometers and further, we have our own centers in Pavlodar. We have our main cloud there, and we have a center in Akol. We have several stations in Almaty, but it's for one client. Right now, based on this architecture, we're providing backup as a service, and another company became so big it bought Geo Reserve. So maybe for a year and a half, there was one case when we had to recover data in a remote way, which is 100 kilometers from the data processing center. And then we migrated it back. So we've had this experience. So that's why we're able to do it. We position ourselves as the independent provider, and we're ready to provide services to independent companies, no matter what operator you work with. When you go to a data operating center, it's hard to find channel. We bought our own optical circle. Right now it's only in Astana. So this is a project for 2022. Now we are entering big business centers. We have our own optical circle. They were trying to break it. They couldn't do it. It's still working. Everything's working. Last year we had a big event. We became partners with the VK group of companies, and in our Korshi data operating center, we're selling services as the VK cloud services and our services as well. So we have the projects of digital transformation. Last year we launched a big project related to internet store for portfolio companies, Samruk Kazana. And one of the main advantages of IT and the aim of why it happens to decrease the operational costs, we decrease the cost from 1.5 months to 3 days. So I think it's a very good result. The volume of sales in the store is very big. Suppliers go there, vendors go there, they can sell their services. So everything's open, and so there are no frauds. So it will be related to very big projects. Right now, I will not talk about these projects. Hopefully we get invited to similar events as well. And when I want to talk about the big data, about AI, about machine learning, I thought about what to put on the slide. For example, you had an internet store. We can say that every day we have thousands of sales. We can analyze data flows, seasonality. It's good. It's interesting. No questions. But we don't have lots of data yet. We have Power BI that allows us to take billing data that related to service provision in real time. We can send bills and such. I thought the most interesting thing was the development of our services for the past 3 years. Currently, our analytical systems, they have around 40,000 events per second. So 24/7, 365. So the recommendations for information security, it's only 15 minutes. So during that time, everything is being analyzed, which client they're attributed to, which systems, then they add relevant rules, correlation rules. For example, this event is problematic, you need to pay attention to this, if this is an incident of security or not, and we are willing to demonstrate that. We are proud of our monitoring center, and we've had exhibitions, excursions in that center. So this is the project that right now is crucial for us, and it has such big volumes of data. And especially for this year, we're testing not only alternative systems, but also the world trends related to machine learning as the right ones, how to locate these events, how to look at the past events, why it happened, what was it. And given the fact that we don't not only have analytics, we have a team that does this contest, we have a team that does forensics. So the questions related to big data processing and AI and machine learning, these are very pressing issues for us. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. I'd like to give the floor to my colleague. So Alexander, thank you very much for your report. 40,000 events per second. This is very impressive, but what's the daily increment, daily volume? Gigabyte, terabytes. The data, it's distributed. There are operational data that are included in decision-making process. They are in fast disks in the clouds, and this data, more than 200 terabytes. So these dates, they archived, they put in a slow disks, and then it's another hundreds of terabytes of data. I think these events, they're increasing every day, right? So for your data scientists, for your current data scientists or your future data scientists, I think it would be interesting to analyze it. Maybe you look at some MPP system, ClickHouse or something else. Right now, our analytical analysts work at using one of the systems with the embedded elastics. So we've tested lots of things. Not everything works, of course. So let me talk about this when it's complete, when it's successful, when we have the result. Alexander, thank you for your speech, for your presentation. We look forward to your future projects. I'd like to give the floor to Alexander Kuchuk, Director for the Development of Business Tarantul in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So, colleagues, so me and Alexander will work in the same company. So, we have Tarantul company. This word has been said by Marat recently, and I would like to talk to you briefly about the cases and what we do. So why I'm sitting on this panel and why I can talk about this, because I've been in the IT for many years. I have done many different things. I've written codes, I've tested codes, I've worked with different production companies. I don't see the slides, so I'll be improvising. So a little bit about Tarantul company, about what we're doing with it. So Tarantul is the solution. So we talked about the allocation of data, division of data. So if we expand on that a little bit, very often, and preferably it's important to divide data from hot and cold data. So in hot data, you need to use the data that are most used, frequently used, and this platform should function very well. So Tarantul, it's all about this. Very often we build some smart system, smart approach where we put some data, but we also use some logic. And we take a lot of pressure of the systems in the companies. And those systems in the companies, they start to work better because we take the load, take the pressure of them. Based on this concept, we build lots of things. But if we talk about some high-frequency claims, high-frequency systems about the increase of employees, increase of data, Toronto really shows everything. I'm a little different from other speakers because I represent the vendor. So the scenario that I have, we took a very average scenario. So this is a scenario that was integrated one of the biggest banks, but it's an average scenario in the market. So what's the point of it? There's a business wants to grow, wants to attract new clients, wants to put a product to the market. They want to decrease the downtime when working with distance systems. And as it was said today, and it's no secret, there is a historical legacies, some monolith system that are hard to break down, hard to cut down, because many people are building microservice layers, but business actually, it doesn't want to wait. It wants to move forward. One of the banks that had this task, on the one hand, they had Oracle that has grown to its maximum capacity and cannot do anything else. But on the other side, there's a growing trend. You have new users, you have new systems based on some data that exist.
And we have the digital client profile, and we do have various scenarios, and they are related to digital marketing services, etc., something that was already said before. And we also have the cache layer of data, and on one hand, it takes the data from the Oracle, and we use various mechanisms such as CSDC. So we do have these mechanisms that were initially, and we also have other mechanisms in Toronto to make sure that we're able to read that. And I think such an approach, it allows business to grow, and it allows business to attract new clients. And we know that there are also architectural particularities, and in this very scenario, we have around about 4 million active clients, and we do have 4,000 requests per second. And latency, if I remember this correctly, so it's 10 milliseconds, so much lower than the results that we can receive. So moving forward, we can do whatever we want. So with the Toronto, we can do many calculations, and we can come up with various apps, and we can also give certain events to Kafka, and we can also come up with the transformation, and depending on the scenario that is being implemented. So if I were to kind of summarize that, so we have this average program product that allows us to many financial companies and many retails, they have an opportunity to grow, and they are able to do that gradually and without kind of disturbing the key system. And the main pain is it's hard to do that in an instant. So colleagues, I think this is it. So Alexander, if you have any questions. So yes, Alexander, many thanks. And yes. I think this was the question, not necessarily to Alexander, but overall, if I were to kind of summarize the session results, so the digital transformation and being able to work with the data, and this is one of the trends And as far as data transformation is concerned, it's all about this moving towards lake house. And when we have this data storage, whenever we have this data lake and data warehouse, and I think the question is to our speakers, and they can also give an answer. What do you think about this lake house concept? And the question is, do you plan to kind of introduce that? And as far as lake house is concerned, we were looking into different variations, and we made the decision that I think at some point we will get there in the near future, hopefully. But as of today, the way we are moving, I think we are moving towards some sort of hybrid solutions. And so this is the green plan, and we've got feature stories, so some sort of a hybrid model. And the reason we do that, because well, there is a large possibility that the lake can turn into that can lake become toxic if we would not be able to kind of fill this lake with a high quality data. And especially when it comes to lakehouse, I think the concept is very interesting, and I think the concept is particularly accurate when it comes to cloud solutions. And when the number of models and when there is an increase in quantity, so as a result, I think this model would be an optimum one. So whenever you would be able to kind of build the processes for data provision, and I think this will be the further step for such a level. All right, thank you, Marat. So maybe other speakers have additional questions. Yes, I would like to add some stuff. So we are looking into, and we are piloting this lake house concept, and this is interesting, and the speed of structural DVK, and also the immutability of data that becomes part of the data lake. So I think this is the symbiosis of the lake house, and this is something that we're interested in. And the reason why is that, so going back to our research and development activity, so we receive credit information from various financial organizations, and one of the requirements is immutability of the data that we receive from our suppliers. So this data can be wrong, so meaning that this should be a part of our database just the way that we have received from the supplier. And as we were developing, so naturally we have the whole range of validations, and we're talking about more than 200 rules of validation. And even while having such an amount, the information can be a wrong one. So at the same time, while working with such a array of data, so we are so far in this called green plan, and we started looking into R&D, and we started to look into different solutions, and we start dealing with lakehouse, and this is what we have in the pilot mode. So this was our experience. So thank you, Vladislav. So Roman, please. And I think this is what we actually implemented, this lakehouse, and we do have data lakes that contains several layers and ROD and detailed data, and we do have NPP solutions, and yes, and this is the symbiosis. And maybe you use something like Iceberg or Delta Lake, or maybe some of the data that is stored in S3. And as Vladislav said, in order to ensure the immutability of the data, I mean, do you use something like Data Lake, Iceberg, or something else? I cannot provide a detailed answer, so I think we might be using something. Yes, thank you. And if you don't mind, I will add some information in the context of data lake. So I would like to kind of approach this question from the different angle. So I think that some of the people who are here, I think they're using only their data. And the ChatGPT is interested in external data as well. So therefore, I think the companies who are providers of some service, they are first and foremost concentrated on their service, and at some point we will have companies. And what would be the way that to do that from the regulatory point of view? This is not clear, but I think we will have some learning models and everything else, and we will be doing so on the big amount of data, something that we gather from various data sources. And if I understand you correctly, and I think it works like on open air. So I think we will have the whole range of providers, because it is true that people, they have various approaches when dealing with the data. So I think we'll have 2-3 data. So I think this will be highly specialized companies, and they will be choosing highly qualified specialists who would be working with the data. And yes, the question is, yes, we ended our presentations, and as you hear our speakers, they have spoken about digital transformations, and there can be many stages. And the key component is people. So this is what majority of the speakers says. So without the speakers, we will not be able to go through the transformation, and the right processes and technologies, they can be different. And yes, without them, it is hard to reach the transformation. So thank you very much.
Можно задать вопрос после...
So I think speakers are free, so then you would be able to ask questions later.